Board of Administration meeting to order. And first order of business is roll call.
Teresa Taylor,
Here?
David Miller,
Here.
Malia Cohen, Michael DeToy, Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
He's here somewhere.
There he is.
Say here.
Here.
There you go.
Arena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palkey,
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava,
Here.
Yvonne Walker,
Excused for the moment.
Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Excused. All right. With that, I appreciate it, and everybody's getting ready to sit down, but we will recess now into closed session for item 1 from the closed session agenda, and we will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. So we will clear the auditorium, please. Thank you very much. All right, welcome everybody. Oh, you're not ready? Oh, welcome everybody back into open session of the Board of Administration. And with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. You don't have to leave. We're just going to take about a 10-minute break real quick to switch things around and start our PCTM meeting. So thank you.
If I can get the roll call, please.
Melissa Willett,
Here.
Malia Cohen,
Present.
Michael DeToy,
Here.
Arena Ortega,
Here.
Kevin Palke,
Good morning.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Thank you, committee. And with that, we'll take our executive report. Mr. Hoffner.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Today, we have several items before you today. For item 5A, your primary compensation consultant, Global Government Advisors, or GGA, is here to conduct, when I say here, I mean virtually, to conduct an educational session for the committee around incentives and the total portfolio approach. This presentation will help set the foundation for other items today that they'll be presenting. For items 5B, GGA will present their annual incentive metrics review. It's being presented as an information item so the committee can provide feedback and direction to GGA before they return with final recommendations in June. At that point, the committee will finalize the incentive metrics to be included in the 2025-26 fiscal year incentive plans. For item 5C, McLaughlin Partners is here. We'll present compensation benchmark data for statutory positions based on the board's prescribed policy for comparator groups. GGA will then provide initial recommendations for the compensation adjustments based on updated data from when they return in June for final recommendations. For future meetings in June, the committee will receive final recommendations for actions on incentive metrics and comparisons for compensation review, if applicable. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. I see no questions, so we will move to our action consent items. I have not received any request to pull any item from the action consent.
Move approval.
All right, that has been moved to approve the action consent items 3A and 3B by Teresa Taylor, and it has been seconded by Kevin Palke. And with that, we can take a verbal vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And any abstentions? That vote does carry. Thank you so much. And we'll move to our information consent items are there for review. Is there any report on those? Nope. Okay. So we will move to our information agenda items, and I will turn this over to Global Governance Advisors. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us virtually.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for not being there in person. I guess we can all agree that this is a odd time we're in, but I can assure the board that we're working diligently to get this rectified, and we fully intend on being at the next committee meeting in person. So again, apologies for the situation we're in. So that being said, we'd like to start with this first information item, which was requested by the committee chair. Our understanding is that there's been, rightly so, a lot of conversation around the adoption of a total portfolio approach, which is something that your new chief investment officer has proposed, and there have been questions or concerns about how it might impact other aspects of your operations, such as your compensation program. So that being said, this item is just kind of a high-level piece to give you an overview of what's currently in the market, what are we seeing, and we also peppered it with some questions that we'd like your committee to start thinking about, because as we move further and further down the road towards potential adoption of a TPA, the board will have to start making some decisions, and which will direct how we move forward in terms of ways in which we can test and make sure that the incentives going forward are truly incentivizing the right or the anticipated behaviors for CalPERS. So that being said, can we move to the next slide, please? And the next slide. We just want to make sure that when we start, everyone is clear on what is CalPERS compensation philosophy, what are you trying to achieve in its design. Basically, it's designed to attract and retain highly qualified individuals by offering competitive pay and incentivizing performance. And rightly so, a significant portion of total compensation is placed at risk, which basically emphasizes the achievement of organizational, strategic, and business planning objectives. So making sure that part of that compensation is associated with the individual's contribution towards the overall organizational performance going forward. So we feel that that is, a good positive design. Your incentive awards are tied to organizational performance outcomes and key business objectives. And we've been working with this committee over the last number of years to make sure that they're fair, defensible, and truly focused on value add performance for your organization. And then also there is, for investment return metrics, there are annual incentive awards that are calculated based on 5-year performance relative to a benchmark for total fund portfolio, but then also looking at how each of the asset classes are contributing towards that the end result as well. Next slide, please. When looking at the adoption of a total portfolio approach, I think it's important for the board to note that it will likely require changes to both CalPERS culture and incentive compensation going forward. Next slide, please. So when you start looking at the literature around the impact of TP adoption, basically you're looking at and it's an inherent stickiness of the principle that the board owns the strategic asset allocation. And it makes it difficult to move away from this strategic asset allocation based approach when adopting TPA. And this was highlighted in a recent piece that was just authored by the Thinking Ahead Institute, looking at total portfolio approach. And in it, they talk about various changes that need to take place. So first and foremost, there will be a requirement for there to be changes around the governance in terms of how you as trustees oversee the organization going forward, having more of a dynamic approach. Because in the past, as they pointed out, as the Thinking Ahead Institute has pointed out, the board historically has always owned that strategic asset allocation process. So you can go through that iteration every couple of years, and then that basically stipulates, how each of the asset classes get parsed out within the total portfolio. The TPA is a different approach where your board will not be involved in that regular cycle of establishing a strategic asset allocation, but instead it'll be more dynamically involved in investment oversight and looking most specifically at inherent risks associated with different investments going forward. That in itself will also require changes to the culture and the people within your organization. Basically moving away from what typically would be conceived as or perceived as a siloed approach where basically you have individuals that are responsible for a set allocation for their asset class. And that doesn't necessarily change over time. And so this would require your investment professionals particularly to be far more timely and responsive and have more of a dynamic relationship internally so that people can pivot when required. And then ultimately, this will also require changes, obviously, in your investment model. And together, in terms of the governance, people, and investment changes, it should, as intended, lead to higher organizational effectiveness. But before you even get started on this, your board has to buy into this new environment, and that is essential going forward. Next slide, please. When you look at the adoption of a total portfolio approach, this is not new. And if you really get into the literature, the earliest roots around this is around a paper that was published in 1952 called Portfolio Selection. And it was written by Harry Markowitz. And basically he was saying, when looking at your portfolio, you should be looking at various asset classes and looking at the inherent risk associated with each type of investment and then classify them based on highest to lowest level of risk. That's kind of one of the foundations of this. And then later on in 1976, Peter Drucker wrote a book called The Unseen Revolution, and this is a book that I like to quote a lot because went relatively unnoticed, but did actually what was a foundational piece to the adoption is what later became known as the Canadian model, which of course Peter and I are really well versed in. But in terms of Peter Drucker's book, he was looking at ways in which you should be looking at the associated risk in terms of your portfolio management. And so basically, as things kept evolving, now you start to see more and more organizations start to look at this. So in terms of current examples that are in the marketplace today, the New Zealand Superannuation Fund, they're absolutely known as one of the key pioneers in the adoption of a total portfolio approach, and having Stephen now as your chief investment officer is key, because he definitely is well versed in this and understands the approach probably better than most throughout the world. And then also you have the Australian Super Fund. Basically, you can imagine because of close proximity, they were one of the early adopters as well. They have what's called a joined up whole portfolio approach, where their chief investment officer office has no set asset allocation targets, and basically works within more of a dynamic environment. Across the border, north of the border, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, they have adopted what's called their factor lens approach, where they're looking at various asset classes and investment opportunities, and they basically assess them through various factors that they've put in place. Also here in Canada, the Ontario Public Service Employees Union Pension Plan, OP Trust, they have developed what they call a member-driven investing strategy, which is their own take on total portfolio approach. And mainly they're looking at how do they maintain their fully funded status going forward, and how do they make some dynamic changes going forward based on various market changes. And then finally, the Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund, they have what they call a joined up investment framework that enables them to focus on the fundamental value of the whole portfolio, rather than just short-term changes in the price and the immediate value of their fund. These are just a few examples that are in the marketplace today, but it's clear that a total portfolio approach is definitely gaining traction among pension funds globally, as it emphasizes holistic portfolio management over traditional asset allocation methods, in terms of the strategic asset allocation, which is basically something that has been dominating the marketplace for quite some time now. And it potentially leads to, so far, we've been seeing that it leads to improved risk-adjusted returns. But again, everyone's taking a slightly different approach to this, different slight nuances. But again, it's kind of, again, it's more of a dynamic approach going forward. The next slide, please. In terms of looking at the successful adoption of a TPA, it necessitates a strong organizational culture characterized by ownership, trust, and empowered decision-making. So when you look at a TPA framework, CalPERS will definitely need to shift its focus from rigid asset allocations to a more holistic view of portfolio construction, emphasizing alpha generation, which is something that you've been requesting for quite some time, and overall risk exposure going forward. Next slide, please. Moving to a TPA may necessitate changes to overall organizational structures, which definitely you need to keep in mind may be disruptive. Not everyone's good at change. Not everyone embraces change equally. But if this is definitely the direction you'd like to take, then it is something that you need to anticipate going forward. Next slide. And when we look at the association of the adoption of a total portfolio approach and how it may affect or considerations you need to take going forward in relation to your incentive design. We identified 10 key elements or 10 key considerations that we'd like to raise today that will, hopefully get your creative juices flowing and get you thinking more about how this adjustment or the adoption of TPA may actually necessitate some changes on the investment or on the incentive side. Next slide, please. And again, this is very high level, and this is again, some of these things seem quite universal, but we again want you to start thinking about how these things could be altered or should be altered going forward. First and foremost is alignment with investment objectives. CalPERS needs to ensure that incentives align with the overall reference portfolio strategy, including risk-adjusted returns and long-term growth. And the question we would raise here is, should CalPERS compare itself to a simple reference portfolio? Would this be a way of simplifying things? Would it make things easier? And if you're looking at performance, what is most important to you? Is it relative performance or absolute performance going forward? Right now, you do have relative performance in terms of your short-term incentive. You're looking at your performance in comparison to a reference portfolio, or sorry, to reference indices. But when you look at your long-term incentive, you're looking at, what is the actual return that you're bringing over that 5-year period. So right now you have both elements in your incentive design, but going forward, how do you want to reward performance? How do you want to incentivize performance? What is the actual direction you want to take? These are important questions to ask going forward.
And if I can just chime in quickly, Brad, this is an area where, for example, CPP, when they look at their incentive program, one of the things they look at is they actually benchmark their relative performance to a reference portfolio that's made up of equities as well as bonds and things like that. So that is an example of where you might want to change how you measure relative performance going forward away from what you're doing recently. There's other funds that have said we are more focused now just on absolute returns over relative, and they have either increased weighting or moved completely to only absolute performance in both sets of sort of the annual and longer term incentive plans. That's another avenue you might want to move in. So just bringing that up as examples of where some of these things changes have been made. And maybe it's something that you transition to over time, so you don't necessarily do everything at once, but you can definitely try to phase these things in as you adopt the TPA model over a multi-year period. So just bring that up as an example of one way you could look at things.
Thank you, Peter. The next consideration is looking at risk-adjusted performance metrics, because again, this is going to be more of a dynamic environment, more of a dynamic model, and it will heavily be weighted on the associated risks associated with various investment initiatives or potential investment opportunities. So basically, you need to make sure that you're encouraging a balance between the returns that you want, the alpha generation that you're looking for, and making sure that it's within that risk management environment, or your risk appetite framework, as Peter and I would like to call it, going forward. So if you're, again, going to bring in risk more fully into the process, questions you could raise is, should CalPERS consider other metrics like a Sharpe ratio, which is looking at the correlation between investment opportunities and anticipated volatility, or a Sortino ratio, which looks at investment opportunities associated with, or higher level investment opportunities associated with increases in incremental unit changes in downward risk volatility, or just a risk-adjusted return on capital, which is looking at potential returns associated with kind of a standardized return projection. All of them have different values or benefits, weaknesses. This would definitely be up to Stephen and his team to look at the values of each, or the benefits to each, and then the adoption of something like this so that you can again apply this as part of the one element or one of the considerations going forward on the incentive design.
And if I can chime in here, this is an area where I would say we don't see as much maybe adoption. Haven't seen as much use of these risk-adjusted metrics, but there are different ways of looking at the volatility of your portfolio and things like that. That again, and this would be again, I think, working with Stephen to figure out what are the key areas that you're measuring to look at the success of your total portfolio approach, and if some level of risk-adjusted performance, some specific metric is that, is deemed as being like a good indicator of that, that is something that you may want to consider adding into the incentive program. But I would say this one is, where we see a lot more variability in terms of, adopting it within an incentive program.
Thank you, Peter. The next one to look at would be the alignment with investment objectives. Or sorry, looking at long-term horizon and strength of your fund going forward. Here you're looking at your structure of your incentives over a long-term horizon, making sure that they're promoting long-term thinking in the decision-making process. Here, the question we would raise is, is a 5-year rolling performance period still the right time frame for CalPERS? Would you feel that there's benefit in moving towards a 7-year, 10-year, 3-year, all of which are utilized in the marketplace, all of which have different strengths and weaknesses, all of which Peter and I are happy to model out going forward, but ultimately it will be up to your board to determine whether or not you feel that the given performance period is significant enough that it does, again, focus attention on long-term sustainability of your fund and long-term growth and performance, but is also, again, incentivizing the right behaviors going forward.
And this is an area where, like, if you look at like a CPP, they continue to use a 5-year performance window. So again, just because we bring up the question, it's not to say that what you're doing is wrong. Currently, it's just something to revalidate and make sure that yourselves, as well as Stephen and the team, are comfortable that this is the right time period to look at, and there isn't a different time period that we should also be looking at. And I know we've shared this in the past. There are some different ways of measuring investment performance. It doesn't necessarily have to be all based on 5-year performance. It could be like a mixture of 5-year and 1 year or something like that. So again, these are just questions to ask. It's not to say that what you're doing is wrong. It's just to revalidate that it's still correct and appropriate under a TPA model moving forward.
Thank you, Peter. Next would be the diversification and asset allocation considerations going forward. Always remembering that the diversification of your portfolio helps to hedge risk in many different ways. And so in this situation, you want to make sure that you're rewarding decisions that enhance portfolio diversification and optimize asset allocation and avoid over concentration in high return, high risk assets. In this dynamic environment, adopting a total portfolio approach, investment opportunities will be assessed or should be assessed based on the merits of their strengths against other potential investments, but then also looking at how it fits within the total portfolio and how the risk profile fits within the total portfolio. Again, it is more of a dynamic process. But again, you want to make sure that you're not just mobilizing assets or focusing asset concentrations in higher return opportunities that may increase your overall risk profile going forward. So in this situation, we would ask, should CalPERS consider less quantifiable metrics around asset allocation as part of the incentive program? In this case, you'd be looking at things like speed in which your employees are able to pivot and move and make decisions to adjust their portfolios, to give up assets or to liquidate assets to get them off into other asset classes. Again, these are things that would be more subjective, but would also be impactful going forward in terms of the adoption of a TPA. Next slide. The next one would be benchmarking and performance measurement, making sure that you're establishing a relevant reference portfolio that reflects CalPERS total fund objectives and are simple to understand. And the simplicity is key here. We have a lot of clients that question the indices, the tailored indices that are often created for them. And so here in this case, the question would be, would it be more beneficial to have a simple reference portfolio going forward? And so, these are things that the board definitely will have to consider going forward. And again, it'll be up to Stephen and his team to direct you in terms of what he feels is the most appropriate going forward.
Yeah, and even outside of a pure TPA, you're just seeing a general look at, how do we simplify how we look at performance. And I know like a group like CalSTRS has been wrestling with this decision as well the last couple of years in terms of, making their portfolio simpler to benchmark performance against and looking at ways in which they can move to more of a simplified, call it reference portfolio. So this is something that regardless of, TPA, something that I think you'll want to look at as part of, simplifying how you look at performance and how you can understand performance relative to where the market is heading. So this is definitely a key area to look at moving forward.
And the next consideration is definitely a standard one for all pensions in terms of making sure that you're matching the liquidity needs of your organization against the capital constraints. So making sure that your incentives encourage the alignment with the capital needs of your organization, because again, you need to have cash on hand annually so that you can pay out your benefits. That's the ultimate purpose of your fund. And so you need to make sure that you always have adequate cash on hand. And so that will help dictate or allocate where your investments are going to make sure that you can get access to that cash when required. And so the question here would be, should capital preservation and liquidity requirements be considered in the incentive program, and how would we do that? And so this would be a question that we raise to the board, and if this is a priority of your board and of this committee, then you'd be directing Peter and I to figure out how can this be properly and adequately placed into the incentive plan to make sure that you're maintaining your liquidity requirements of CalPERS.
And definitely an area where I think the board and the PCTM will want to, work with a Stephen to see, like, is this under a TPA model, is there a major concern here that you need to be looking at? Is it a key sort of performance indicator to indicate, again, the success of the TPA model that you're going to be looking at? And, as long as there's comfortability, maybe there isn't a need to, add in a specific reference or a metric in this area. But again, it's something that you want to just, again, validate as part of, the review of the plan and how it might align with a TPA approach.
Next slide, please. The next consideration would be alignment with stakeholder interests, making sure that you're designing your incentives that ensure that you're aligned with the best interests of your fund. It seems standard, but this going forward, when you look at the increased autonomy that your investment professionals should have, the question here should be, should CalPERS incorporate an enhanced due diligence consideration in the incentive program? So some funds out there that have provided enhanced autonomy for their investment professionals have a very, very rigid internal due diligence process that basically ensures that by the time it gets to the senior leadership team or by the time it gets to the board, ultimately every step has been followed, and that is an expectation, of course, of all the investment professionals going forward within your organization. The next would be the cost efficiency and fee structures. You want to make sure that you're because part of your investment activities are internal and part of your investment activities are external. When you are looking towards an investment opportunity, you want to make sure that you're always looking at what is the cost of this opportunity. What are the fee structures, underlying fee structures, especially if you're using external asset managers or external money managers? Making sure that you're not exposing your fund to excessive fees, because again, they ultimately would eat away at your returns going forward. So the question here would be, should consideration of operating or investment costs being also included within your incentive program to incentivize your investment professionals to find lower ways to get higher returns or lower cost opportunities to get higher returns. We can say that even some of the most transformed funds out there that exist globally still have various investment opportunities or asset groups that are managed externally for various reasons. Maybe they don't have the internal expertise, or maybe they found an organization that has better opportunities that can give them higher returns, even on top of the fee structures that are in existence. But these are all considerations that your board would have to take into consideration and figure out, is this something you want to incentivize your staff to pursue going forward?
And I know there's been some operating costs put in currently into the current incentive program on an annual basis. You have a cost number that also looks at cost relative to the results of the CEM benchmarking results. And so again, I think as part of a TPA exercise, the board and understanding again what are the key things that Stephen and the team are going to be reporting on the success of TPA is are the current measures that are being used in the incentive program still good to be used under a TPA to model out and to look at your cost efficiencies and things like that, or are there different metrics from a cost perspective, whether it's on the operating cost side or the investment cost side, that should be considered under a TPA model? So again, it's about validating, are the metrics that we have in place currently still valid, or is there something different and a different way we maybe need to look at how we measure, our cost efficiency and things like that. So that's again why we bring this up, as not to say again that what you're doing is incorrect, but it's revalidating whether you have the right metrics in place under a TPA model.
But thank you. And the last two considerations, one is the behavioral considerations associated with unintended consequences. You always want to make sure you're avoiding incentives that promote excessive risk taking or moral hazard through establishing appropriate safeguards. So again, this is making sure that you're functioning as a policy driven board, and you want to make sure that you have safeguards in place. And so the question here would be, does CalPERS require additional administrative policies and or procedures that govern the incentive program that provide additional safeguards or different additional goalposts within the program itself? And again, until there isn't more detail in terms of how Stephen wants to move forward and what he's proposing, we won't be able to opine on this until we know more detail going forward. But this is just to get you thinking about, do you feel that you currently have adequate safeguards in place? And if moving towards a TPA requires you to get you a bit worried about things and you feel that there may be a need for additional policies or procedures to be put in place, again, this is something that will help to shore up the incentive program going forward and make sure that that you're protecting against any sort of associated risk within your organization, and making sure that, again, that you're incentivizing the right behaviors going forward for your organization.
And this is also where the board can probably take some guidance or some feedback from HR on, do they feel like there's anything they need to, again, from a procedural perspective, from a policy perspective, govern the incentive program under a TPA model. So I think there is some feedback you can definitely get from HR that can help in terms of what do they need to properly do things under a TPA model. So again, there can be a collaborative approach there as well.
And finally, the 10th consideration that we've identified is looking at your regulatory and compliance considerations. Obviously, you want to continue to adhere to industry regulations, fiduciary responsibilities, and ethical guidelines and appropriate disclosure, but moving towards the adoption of a total portfolio approach. The question here is, does CalPERS require further enhancements in the transparency of its current incentive program? Would you feel comfortable providing more details in your annual report in terms of performance realized associated with the payouts that were granted to your senior leadership team and investment professionals? There are different ways of looking at this. Some pension funds have adopted more of a private sector approach, getting into higher levels of detail, and others still feel that just providing that the higher level organizational performance attainment and the association with the payouts is adequate enough. But again, we would look to the board to say, do you feel that what you're currently communicating to your stakeholders and community is sufficient enough to make sure that they understand why you're paying what you're paying and how people are earning the incentives that are being paid out?
Yeah, definitely. If you just look at, say, a CPP annual report, you'll see the level of detail they provide in terms of their CEOs, sort of pay and performance, some of the information they share on their incentive program and how investment performance is measured. And again, not to say that CalPERS needs to or has to go that far, but it is an example of the type of transparency and disclosure you could provide on the incentive program moving forward. So again, just something to revalidate and figure out how comfortable are you in terms of where you want to go in terms of your level of transparency on the program itself and the outcomes from a performance perspective.
Thank you. So, and next we just thought it would be beneficial to provide some high level thought around potential compensation policy adjustments going forward, things that you might want to take into consideration going forward. And the next slide, please. The first thing that we like to highlight again is that your long-term incentive is already focused on a 5-year absolute total fund performance. So you are incentivizing a total portfolio or total fund objective here, which means that you aren't reinventing the wheel. We don't have to completely change your incentive structure because you already are focused on more of a total portfolio or total portfolio performance benchmark going forward. Next slide. But when we look at your annual incentive, again, and this is kind of serendipitous. When Peter and I first started working with CalPERS, we were saying it's great that you're rewarding that total portfolio or the total fund objective, but it would be great to look at your various asset classes. And moving forward to a TPA, that would make things a bit more difficult. So it's great that you didn't take our advice and you didn't move along that path. But that being said, again, we'd like to remind you that the current annual incentive plan does not include asset class benchmarks. But there'll need to be some sort of updates in the policy to better reflect, the principles of the TPA. And this may be, as we mentioned earlier, a bit more subjectivity in the plan that promotes that unified approach in managing the entire portfolio, making sure that people are all working together as a cohesive team to obtain that ultimate objective on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So in terms of the actual potential adjustments that we think that CalPERS might want to consider going forward, first is refocusing the incentive metrics. You might want to consider incorporating incentive metrics that directly align with the achievement of total portfolio goals, and risk factor management, which is something new, and collaborative success. And we would have to identify what are ways in which we can reward working with within a risk mitigated framework or an adequate risk framework, and then also again how people are working collaboratively within their team and within the whole organization itself to make sure that you're achieving the goals that you've set out to achieve. The next would be rewarding collaboration. Should the compensation policy be revised to include stronger initiatives or incentives for teamwork and collaboration, and potentially reducing the emphasis of individual performance metrics? And this is something that the board's going to have to weigh going forward, particularly because, again, you want to make sure, as Peter and I have been saying for a number of years now, you want to make sure that you're rewarding the achievement of the goals for the whole organization. Ultimately, to be sustainable, you have to meet that minimum threshold in terms of your actuarial targets. But at the same time, you want to make sure that individuals are being recognized for above and beyond contributions or above expected performance contributions that they're making. Your high performers need to be identified, rewarded, recognized for the contributions that they're making. And that's just an intrinsic thing that we have. And when Peter and I are teaching about incentive design, that's a universal element of all incentive plans, is that you need to find a way to recognize people for their performance, because people intrinsically would want that. But that being said, you also don't want to create an organization where their non-performers are still being rewarded at the same level as your high performers, because then that would ultimately lead to morale issues, where you're disincenting your high performers because they're saying, I'm doing such a great job, but I'm not actually being recognized for it. And then unfortunately, what Peter and I typically see in the industry is that your high performers, if they haven't been recognized or aren't being recognized accordingly, they tend to get discouraged and they may start looking elsewhere for other opportunities, other organizations that they may value their contributions at a higher level. So again, these are all things that need to be taken into consideration going forward. We're not providing you any direction right now until there's further details about the direction and the specifics that Stephen would like to implement, and the specifics that you're comfortable moving forward with on the adoption of a TPA. Next slide, please. Next is looking at agility incentives. As we mentioned before, should CalPERS explore ways to incentivize employees for dynamic decision making and timely adjustments to the portfolio based on market conditions? There's strength in moving quickly, and there's also risk moving quickly, and you want to make sure that you have a nice balance between the two. And so therefore, it's going to take some time and some consideration on how you make sure that you're incentivizing people to work at the right pace and work within that holistic team environment as well.
And this is an area where you can't really cover that as part of sort of the organizational wide metrics, but something that, HR will have to work to figure out how do we build this type of assessment, which tends to be probably more qualitative, into that individual portion of at least on the annual incentive, the individual portion of the incentive, and how does that impact that weighting and that impact on the incentive. So that's less something that you can really set at an organizational wide level, but more something that'll have to be put into the individual performance assessments and those ratings that are given to people on that individual side of the incentive plan.
The next is strengthening the long-term alignment, making sure that you're focusing on that alpha generation and the longer-term sustainability of CalPERS. And we understand and we recognize that you do have the long-term, and you're a pioneer in this field within the United States in terms of adopting a long-term incentive. You have that. You've had one in place for a number of years now. But the question we would ask here is, could CalPERS benefit from further aligning their compensation with long-term success of your CalPERS fund under this new TPA framework through the adoption of additional performance measurements, looking at different time periods? And there are some organizations that basically have a time period, a rolling time period, performance period for their long-term incentive, and then a slightly differing time period for their annual incentive. These are things and considerations that need to be taken into play going forward. But again, there's strengths and weaknesses, and we won't know until again we have further details in what this TPA would possibly look like for CalPERS. And then we would be happy to work with this committee and with Stephen and his team to look at, what are the strengths and weaknesses of differing time periods, and does it make sense? Is it appropriate for them to be considered as part of that incentive program going forward? Next slide. And this next one again is something that has always been a discussion point for CalPERS in terms of the incentive design, which is balance between that quantitative and qualitative measures. You do have a nice balance right now between objective measures of the organization and key business priorities and objectives for individuals. And so, they have typically been categorized as quantitative and qualitative measures. But going forward, will there be a need for an increased focus on these various factors, looking at more qualitative elements such as collaboration, dynamism, the need to adjust the balance between quantitative and qualitative performance measures in your plan going forward? This may need to be reconsidered or revisited, looking at how you're looking at changing the overall work environment and the practices of your investment team going forward.
And that includes, your CEO under your purview, but also others within the incentive program as well, to make sure that you are balancing those two considerations out appropriately. And again, it's not to say again that what you have right now is the wrong balance between the two, but it's revalidating whether that balance is correct moving forward, or if it needs to be tweaked at all.
And finally, the last adjustment that you might want to take into consideration is looking at how you are assessing the performance of your total fund going forward. In this case, instead of using more of a tailored index going forward, there's could be value in having kind of a simple reference portfolio. And this, if you were to consider the simplicity here, it's very, very similar to how economists have kind of a standard basket of goods and the prices associated with each of those goods, and that's how they look at inflationary levels and things like that. So that being said, there might be, and again, it's up to Stephen and his team to consider what would be appropriate, and your board to also consider if what he's proposing is appropriate. But moving towards a simple reference portfolio might be a more simplified way of moving forward that again helps standardize the measurement of performance and how your relative performance is being measured on an ongoing basis.
And the only thing I'll say on this is, this very much should not be the tail wagging the dog. So it's not about the incentive program driving the TPA objectives. It really, and this is why, we're not in a position right now to really give definitive answers to these questions, is it really comes down to how is CalPERS going to be measuring the success of the TPA from an investment perspective? And once those parameters are set up, it's about then taking those parameters and seeing how do they align with the incentive program, and making sure that the incentive program is then aligning to those measures of performance that Stephen and the team have identified under a TPA model. So again, we're throwing these very valid considerations out there, but ultimately it comes down to aligning it with the objectives that you as a board, working with Stephen, have set out relating to investment returns, the level of risk appetite you're comfortable with. And once you have those definitive answers, then we can work to develop any tweaks and changes that need to be made to the incentive program. But it all starts foundationally at the TPA and the objectives and the goals of TPA, and then we work to design the incentive program to align with those goals of TPA.
Next slide. Thank you. For the majority of this conversation, Peter and I have been talking about kind of the broader design objectives and elements of your incentive plan going forward. But also, we want to make sure that you're looking at individual elements as well, making sure that individual performance, individual contributions are being assessed and included as part of this ongoing assessment process that you have within your organization. So in terms of looking at the potential adoption of a total portfolio approach, some other elements, and we've pepper the conversation throughout around some of these things. We think that there are three additional things that you might want to consider on the individual side. First and foremost is looking at the inclusion of peer reviews. How are peers viewing their colleagues' contributions in terms of providing feedback and collecting feedback and feeding into that decision-making process, making sure that they are collaborating, openly communicating, and are willing to share. Again, it's breaking down that siloed approach to make more of a dynamic work environment or investment opportunity or investment environment where you're able to pivot when required, and people are able to work together and share what needs to be shared and work together as required. Next would be just information sharing and communication. Are people proactively sharing what they're seeing in the market and the research that they're coming across, associated risks that might be inherent with some potential investment opportunities? Are they sharing that first and foremost with their team, but are they also sharing that with other asset groups as well, so that everyone has clarity moving forward? Because again, you want to make sure that any investment opportunity coming in fits the needs at that various juncture in time for the objectives of your fund and within the risk parameters that you've identified. And then finally, looking at flexibility, adaptability, and speed at which people are able to quickly adjust their strategies and work with other team members and to make changes to their portfolio and their portfolio's objectives. As I mentioned earlier, liquidating assets or taking any dry powder that may have and transferring that to another asset group. These are all things that will definitely impact the overall success of a TPA adoption. So we need to find out how this is going to be designed and make sure that these elements somehow are included in there so that you're getting the best out of this approach that your members and your fund can benefit from.
And the only thing I'll add here is, this is something that you as board members won't have, obviously, as much eyesight into, in the sense that you're not there day to day, obviously, working in the investment office, working with the broader team. And so this is something that I think is something that, Marcy as CEO, as well as Stephen as CIO, working with HR, just need to make sure that when they're doing those, individual annual evaluations, how are we evaluating and including these types of considerations in those annual evaluations. And some of it you might already be doing, and Marcy and Stephen are already on top of, and there might be a few things that you need to tweak. So definitely understand this part of the equation is definitely something that you as a board won't necessarily have as much hands-on with, but it is something that Marcy and Stephen and HR will need to work on to make sure that they're incorporating these types of things in those individual performance evaluations that of course tie to things like salary adjustments as well as potentially incentive awards. So just wanted to clarify that because this is something that you won't necessarily be as involved in, given your more of an oversight role, not day-to-day working within the organization.
The last slide, please. Thank you. So again, as requested, this presentation, this education session it's primarily focused on just getting your creative juices flowing around this, getting you thinking about how this may impact the compensation design going forward, things you may want to keep in mind going forward, changes you may want to make. But then also we want to make sure that we're adhering to a realistic time frame so that everyone's clear on a realistic path forward. So in terms of potential next steps that Peter and I have seen here, or what we anticipate, your board needs to continue to evaluate the merits of a total portfolio approach, and ultimately we'll need to decide on a path forward. It is our understanding that you're looking at potentially the November 2025 board meeting to make this final decision, getting ready for the upcoming fiscal year. And then in terms of depending on the decision that's made at that November meeting, we or whoever may be coming in will work with your committee, with the PCTM and the CalPERS leadership team to analyze potential changes in the incentive program going forward. And this would be done between the decision made in November and February of 2026, and ultimately be presented at the February 2026 PCTM meeting. Next would be looking at potential updates to performance metrics, weightings within the CalPERS incentive program going forward, getting prepared for the upcoming fiscal year. So this should be done by the April 26th committee meeting, PCTM meeting. And then finally, receiving feedback from that April meeting, we would look towards making some adjustments or whatever needs to be done, getting you prepared for that upcoming fiscal year. So making sure that any updates are made to the policy and the incentive design, and making sure that everyone's comfortable with what's being proposed and what's going to be implemented, and make sure that that's in place. And that ultimately will be discussed at the June 2026 PCTM meeting. With that, we'll open it up to questions, and happy to field any questions you may have at this point. You may have a lot of questions. We don't know.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that thorough presentation and all the information presented. At this time, we do not have any questions from the committee. All right, they're coming.
Good afternoon, or morning, still morning. Good morning. I wanted to know, what's the sequencing going to be to adopting, going to be with the adoption of TPA? So is the board's going to want to see how the TPA is going to be managed and how culture has been adopted before putting new compensation structure in place. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
So I'll start, and Brad, if I miss anything, feel free. I think that's why we did put this sort of path forward. And so, this is something obviously we can't do in one specific meeting. So it's going to involve multiple meetings in terms of the sequencing. I think, once November comes around, assuming a decision is made at that point, I think it's, that's where a lot of the heavy lifting will be done on this. We'll probably have to canvas board members, PCTM members, get your thoughts on what you would like to potentially see changed in the program. We'll also look, of course, at market practices as well to sort of see what are common things that we've seen done under a TPA approach. And so that first, I think, sort of information gathering, analyzing potential changes, bringing forth some potential solutions probably will start being socialized at that February PCTM meeting. Potentially, if the full board wanted to hear about it, we could probably participate as well in the full board meeting. Also around that time frame, or it could be done in maybe some interim updates at a January board meeting or what have you. We're just working within the sort of currently structured PCTM structure. And then I think really it's about taking feedback from that meeting about potential solutions and really trying to put a little bit more meat behind it in terms of coming back in an April PCTM with, here are the changes, if any, to the metrics. Here are potential weighting adjustments between different metrics or quantitative, qualitative. Obviously, justification of how this aligns with the market, how it aligns with the objectives of TPA. And then I think it's really about gathering additional feedback during that meeting. And then, really, again, as we said in our path forward, taking that feedback and trying to address those changes, for the June meeting so that they can be put in place as of July 1, 2026, which would be, again, and this is just going to the timelines we understand, when a TPA investing approach would, formally start being adopted, sort of that July 1, 2026. We would try to, as much as possible, align the incentive program with the with the adoption of the TPA. So the timing would sort of align, but we would obviously have multiple check-in points along the way to talk through, what those adjustments will look like and gather feedback from this committee and potentially from the full board.
So I do have a follow-up question. So why should we wait an entire year for this to take place?
Sorry, for the adoption of TPA
Yes,
or changes
yes.
to the incentive program?
Both, I guess.
Okay,
But
so as Peter mentioned earlier, by no means are we proposing, that to have the tail wagging the dog here. So in terms of our role is focused on your compensation design, and we won't be able to do anything until we have the details from Stephen and decisions made by your board to say we're comfortable with this moving forward, we're comfortable with the adoption of the TPA, we're comfortable with the way that Stephen's proposed to implement it. And then now Peter and I will have more detail to say, okay, we're ready to look at how does this impact or impact the current incentive design, or how should the current incentive design be augmented to, again, as we always say, incentivize the right behaviors. So that being said, this is slide 22 here. Our timing is predicated on the board's decision to adopt it. What happens between now and November is solely up to the investment team, the leadership team, and the board. And we're ready to jump in at any juncture to start making structural changes or recommendations going forward, stress testing where needed. But at this point, again, it's up to the internal process within your fund in terms of how quickly do you want to get through the design elements of the TPA? How comfortable are you with that? And if you do want to move forward, and then once we have that green light, or maybe it's a red light, and maybe there isn't an appetite at your board to adopt a TPA. In that case, we would continue to work with your current incentive structure. But if you do want to pivot and you do want to make those changes, then from a timing perspective, we're ready to jump in as soon as those decisions are made.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and the only thing I'll add to Brad's point is, yeah, we sort of, predicate on a November decision. If this committee or the full board feels like you require additional education, additional information, we do have scheduled we're scheduled to be there at a June meeting. There's also a September meeting as well around performance evaluation. So we can definitely, if there's additional education or material required, we're obviously open to doing so. But really, in terms of doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of the implementation, not the implementation, but figuring out what the recommended design should look like, it really starts in earnest once a decision is made by the board to move forward on TPA. So yeah, if you were to make a decision in June or September, we could obviously start the process sooner. But to Brad's point, we don't, the tail can't be wagging the dog. It really needs to be this board agreeing that TPA is the way to go moving forward, and then us, again, aligning the programs to align with that new approach.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. We also have Board Member Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Chairwoman Willett, and thank you, Peter and Brad, for your elegant presentation. I'd like to go back to your the potential compensation for policy adjustments. As you mentioned, CalPERS' long-term incentive package is already focused on a 5-year absolute total fund performance. And then, as you propose, we don't have a current structure with respect to asset class benchmarks to reflect the principles with respect to the total portfolio approach. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on how you would visualize that in terms of policy, if you can elaborate on that?
So I'll start, Brad, and if feel free. So this is where we're making the thing that, under the traditional sort of asset allocation model, it's very common to have sort of a total fund and asset class benchmarks for asset class professionals. So, in having certain weightings between total fund investment performance and asset class investment performance. But what's interesting is you haven't adopted that historically, even though you had this, the more traditional strategic asset allocation model. But if you were to move to a TPA model, what's interesting is that more of that model is to actually tie mostly everything to total fund performance. So there is less sort of less weighting or less emphasis on sort of asset class performance, because everyone's working towards those overall total portfolio objectives, whether it's a certain level of alpha generation over a reference portfolio, or whether it's a certain level of absolute return over a time period. And so actually a lot of the visualization is less so tweaking, asset class and how are they doing relative to their asset class benchmark, but more towards, how are they working as a team towards team or departmental objectives that advance the TPA model. So it becomes a little bit less quantitative in terms of how did you do relative to your asset class benchmark, and more about other sort of team or departmental objectives that feed into the overall total portfolio approach and the success of the total portfolio. So it is a little bit of a different way of looking at it, but it's less about did you beat your asset class benchmark and more towards what are you doing as an asset class, as a team, as a department that feeds towards the overall success of the total portfolio.
And thank you very much. So basically, it's tying back to the first slide you brought up, which was the impact on the governance, with the governance model, the people, and the investment model all tying together. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. That's correct.
Excellent. So I just wanted to figure that out. Thank you very much for that comments, and thank you, ma'am.
And just to follow up with that, so basically, when you look at it, historically, the board has been responsible for that strategic asset allocation exercise, and the ultimate approval of that asset allocation structure going forward. In this case, it's more of a dynamic environment, just to be clear, and so you're giving up the responsibility that you have around that strategic asset allocation process, but you're a bit more involved in terms of making sure that risk adherence is being properly met, which changes your focus a bit. Some funds, what they do is they have a higher due diligence process in place at the investment professional level, and based on their policy, the board doesn't get involved, or the board does get involved in specific and individual investment decisions if it's beyond a certain dollar threshold, or if it involves, there's one fund that has a dollar threshold, or if there's potential reputational risk associated with it. Those are conditions that the investment professionals are given to bring things up to the board. If they don't impact or surpass that threshold or impact the reputational the reputation of the fund, then there's no need for it to go up to the board. So the question is, would you be comfortable with a policy and a process like that? We don't know, but until we know, again, once we know more details, then we can start bringing some of these recommendations forward for you to opine on.
Just a follow-up question on that. Thank you, Brad. With respect to that, is that the OP trust, one of the examples you brought up?
That specifically is OMERS. OMERS has a policy where the board doesn't get involved unless it's beyond, I believe, $1 billion investment, and it has to also have some sort of reputational risk associated with it. If not, they have a very rigid structure in place for their investment professionals to go through to determine whether or not an investment opportunity fits the portfolio, fits their risk framework, and is going to give them the returns that they're looking for in the long term.
Thank you, and thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Everyone, thank you for the presentation. I also just want to highlight on the slide, page 22 of 23, the potential next steps. As a committee, we can look at these potential next steps with or without TPA, regardless of the investment committee decision on that, in terms of potential changes to incentive program, the performance metrics and weightings, et cetera. So I think that's really helpful to have that long-term view for this board or this committee. With that, we'll move on to item 5B, which is our annual review, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 5B is an information item. To comply with the board's policy, incentive metrics are reviewed annually by the board's primary executive and incentive compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors. GGA will present their initial analysis and observations on the incentive metrics for the committee's consideration and discussion today. Based on the committee's feedback, they'll return in June 2025 with final recommendations for implementation in fiscal year 25-26. Final board-approved metrics will be included in some combination on incentive plans for eligible executive and investment management positions. That concludes my opening remarks, and we can invite Mr. Landers and Mr. Kelly again to begin their presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Tucker. Really appreciate that. And I'll start off by sort of saying, when doing this incentive metric review, we've done this for the last several years, and typically, we've been doing this under, relatively normal, strategic asset allocation, approach to investing and things like that. What we found ourselves in producing this letter and this review this year is we're in a bit of a gray area because you're sort of, yes, you're still under a strategic asset allocation model. You're potentially moving to the TPA approach in the next, say, 6 months or so. And so, this letter is a little bit different in terms of how we structured it this year. And I think really there's two key takeaways for you as a committee and as a board. And one was, we had heard some questions, and it had been a few years since we looked at the total fund value add performance levels. We had made some pretty material changes 2 or 3 years back in terms of, the performance expectations, both from a minimum threshold level of performance as well as sort of on that top end, to really make sure that, one, you were aligning closer to typical market norms, but also to make sure that, the value add hurdles at that point were seen as still being challenging, but reasonable for people to at least have a reasonable expectation to be able to achieve certain levels of performance. And, it's a very common practice to, review. You made those changes 2 or 3 years ago. Let's relook at it. We've gone through a few more cycles. What do the performance levels look like? So we've done that in this analysis. We also had heard there being some questions around the operating cost measure in terms of your, operating efficiencies. And again, were those expectations, in line with historical performance levels? Should they be included moving forward, and things like that? And then one other last piece that we were asked about was, and this was something that you as a board will have to approve from a policy perspective, but is really something that HR is the one that actually administers, is we have this 5-year investment performance piece in incentive programs for CEO and for other incentive eligible staff that have that condition. How do we integrate that in for someone who's newly joining CalPERS, someone who's been newly promoted from a position that maybe wasn't eligible for incentive before, or that didn't have total fund performance in their incentive before, to someone that now does have it in there? And so we've opined and provided some feedback on sort of market trends we've seen in this area, and quite frankly, our preferred approach moving forward. So I sort of set the table, and there's a lot of detail in this letter that we've sort of added for additional reference and understanding of how we got to where we are. But I sort of set the stage with that in mind, that there's really 3 key areas we were specifically asked to look in, and that we've done. Ultimately, though, when we looked at the market as a whole, we saw that you have those 5 main buckets that you look at from a corporate or organizational perspective: total fund performance, operational effectiveness, which is that operating cost measure, investment office results versus CEM, customer service, and stakeholder engagement. We've done a lot of tweaks and adjustments to each of those metrics in terms of the expectations and how that is looked at. But when you look as a whole, especially given we're in this sort of a gray area in terms of we may be adopting a TPA approach, and that we're of the view that right now, I think for this upcoming year, it still makes sense to include all of these metrics in the metrics, obviously in different weightings depending on the individuals. But these 5 metrics still make sense. They still generally align with market practice. They still generally align with some of the strategic goals that you as an organization have set out. But what I will say is, when we come back next year, especially if you choose to adopt a TPA model, that is where we'll probably have some more material and more a larger adjustments in terms of what the metrics might look like, how they're measured, the weightings on these things. And so next year is probably where we'll see a lot more movement and heavy lifting on this. This year, I think it's more about making a few tweaks to make sure we're aligning with historical performance, where the organization wants to go, but also dealing with certain administrative issues and clarifying certain things there. So this year's more of a tweak and modify. Next year is probably where we're going to be doing a lot more heavy lifting in terms of some material changes potentially to the incentive program. I'll quickly take you to, and sorry for my scrolling through here. And I don't know if this can be shared on the screen because it's a Word file, not a PowerPoint presentation, but I'll take you to page 10 of 19 in the memo itself, in the opinion letter. And again, if that can be shared on the screen, great. If not, it should be in your, on your board books and that. And it's labeled Appendix C, Investment Performance Expectations, 10-year performance look back analysis. And I just wanted to, while you're sort of scrolling to get there, just to speak to, what we found when we looked back at the last 10 years of performance. We assessed it against that 0.5-10 variance from benchmark expectations. And I'll remind you as well that when we look at historical probabilities of attainment, we like to say that a threshold level of performance should be hit about 80% of the time. So 8 out of 10 years. A target level of performance should be hit about 6 out of 10 years. And then a maximum, or that sort of superior level of performance, should only be hit about 2 times every 10 years. And so what's interesting is when you look at the analysis, is that the threshold being set at 0, that's quite a standard market practice to be setting sort of that minimum expectation that you only earn an incentive when you start beating the benchmark. That was hit about 60% of the time. Interestingly, it's been hit all 3 years since we, I think, put in the new 0.5-10 approach to things. So being hit a little bit below a target. Target being hit right on about 60% of the time, but more so on that top end, that maximum level. You're seeing that over the last 10 years, it's been hit 50% of the time. And so what that says is that potentially this hurdle of 10 basis points to get that 1.5 payout might be set a little bit too low. And that's where we're going to take another look at this and come back in June with some potential tweaks and potentially making that level of overperformance, that 10 basis points, maybe increasing that a little bit, which not only aligns with historical performance, but I think also generally aligns with a common belief that you obviously want to be incenting more potential alpha generation from the portfolio on a go-forward basis. So it would align with those two key things. So again, we'll be coming forth in June, but I just wanted to sort of summarize what the key takeaway is on the investment side of things. As well, I just want to also point you to this would be page 15 of 19 of the letter, which is Appendix E, Enterprise Operational Effectiveness, 8-year performance look back analysis. I'll give you a second to look at that. And what we did again was look at the last 8 years, because we only had 8 years of performance since you really started to track this metric. And we looked at, again, what the current hurdle rates are and how does that relate in terms of the expected levels of performance. And what you're seeing here, again, using that 80-60-20 model, is that you have a threshold that is being hit a little bit more than the desired level of performance, and you have a maximum that's being hit slightly below. So not hitting that 2 out of 10 years, only the 1 out of 8 in terms of that maximum hurdle rate. So again, this is something that when we come back in June, we may be coming back with some tweaks to that lower and that upper range in terms of that enterprise operational effectiveness to sort of make sure that we're aligning again with that 80-60-20 rule more likely, and using that historical performance to really guide some of our decision makings on this. And then it'd be pretty standard to do that on a regular basis. And then the last thing that I'll speak to is this whole idea of integrating investment performance in. So that's actually pages 11 to 13 of 19 in the report. We basically highlighted 3 potential approaches of how you can integrate investment performance in. One is you phase in the time period that someone's in. So for example, if someone's just joined, they're in year one of their role at CalPERS, you would literally measure that individual on 1 year's investment performance. In the next year, now that they've been here for 2 years, they would look at it, you'd look at performance over 2 years, then 3 years, then 4 years, then finally, once they've been in the role for 5 years, you would finally be measuring them against 5-year performance. And that's something that we've seen some organizations do in the marketplace, but it is something that is very administratively burdensome because you're obviously not tracking, you're tracking the 5-year performance, but you're also having to track, well, okay, this person's been there for a year, they're under 1 year, this person's been there 2 years. It can be quite administratively burdensome. It also can lead to different results for different people depending on those timeframes. So if you had really good performance over the last 2 years, but not good performance over the last 5 years, all of a sudden the people that are in 5 years are getting penalized, and the people that are only there for 2 years and have the higher level performance are getting an incentive payout. And so there can be some inequities in terms of the team there. The positive to this, and this is why this is something that's adopted, is there is a view philosophically that says, well, no, we should only be rewarding people based on the time period they're able to actually influence results. So if someone's only been in the job for a year or two, why should they be rewarded or penalized based on decisions that were made before they were in the role? And so that's sort of the, again, playing the pros and cons. That's, where that comes up. I would say that's used a little bit of the time. The next approach is the immediate adoption of the desired performance period. So what that means is someone joins CalPERS, they go through a year, they are automatically measured on the 5-year performance, even though they weren't here for 4 of the 5 years. This is obviously, a lot easier to administer because everyone's being measured under the same time period. It obviously, everyone is then receiving the same results because everyone's being measured over the same time period. So everyone's getting that same multiplier, at least on the investment side of things. But the counter to that is to say, is someone being overly penalized or rewarded for performance they didn't help influence? And that's the sort of the key, con, I guess you could say to it. I will say, especially in the U.S. marketplace, from our observation and reading through the policies of, a lot of your different pension fund peers and others, this tends to be the most common approach that has been followed in the marketplace. In speaking with your HR group, you historically have used more of the alternative one approach, which is HR is actually phased in, based on someone's length in time in the role in that, up to 5 years. So you've historically used one. Number 2 is sort of the more common approach, but there is a third one. And I would say this, we've seen this used, but not as often. And this is to say that someone is in the role for a year or two. They will be measured for that 1 or 2 years based on actual performance. And then you will assume a target level of performance for all other years leading up to that. So year 3, 4, and 5. So you're still measuring 5-year performance, but you're essentially putting in artificial plugs of target performance in those years they weren't at the organization. And again, there are positives to this in terms of it is still more aligned with someone's ability to influence decisions and that type of thing. However, I think what it can be on the con side of things can potentially be is you're sort of plugging in artificial numbers for the years they're not in there. And so you're not actually using actual performance to determine that. You are sort of mixing in actual and an assumed level of performance. And so, that can sometimes open you up to criticism and things like that. And so, again, just wanted to at a high level point that out. And so, in sort of considering everything, our initial recommendation, and obviously this is an information item, so we'd be looking for any feedback that you as a committee have. We're of the opinion that, align closer to market practice, make things a little bit more administratively easier to administer, but also for people to understand. and move more towards that immediate adoption. So everyone's on the 5-year performance right away. That would be our professional sort of opinion and recommendation. But again, this is an information item. We open it up to any feedback the user committee have, and then we can work with HR to tweak or not tweak any of the current policy language for that June meeting coming out of this. So with that, I'll sort of open it up. I'm sure there's some questions that have come up, but open it up to any questions you all might have.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. I don't have any questions from the committee. I do have public comment though. So I'm going to ask JJ Jelentic to come up for public comment. And you will have 3 minutes.
JJ Jelensic, beneficiary. I think the board needs to look at the management salary structure, but it also needs to consider what it incentivizes through the bonus structure. You get what you reward. Operational effectiveness is measured by the ratio of unallocated overhead to total operational costs. If that ratio is below a negative 1.05, the bonus is 1.5 times the target. Let me remind you that that ratio is affected by cutting overhead or increasing total costs. Higher management, in fact, higher salaries and bonuses and the increased use of outside vendors increases the denominator. I would point out that the ratio is negative if and only if the overhead or the total costs are negative, either of which would be a neat trick. For those who are incentivized to pay benefits, they currently get 150% of the target if only 3% of the benefits are paid, not just late, but later than established service levels. Paying benefits on time is a core function and is highly automated. Is paying only 97% of benefits on time outstanding performance? Those who are incentivized for stakeholder engagement, they currently get 150% of the bonus if only 19.5% of the customers are unhappy. Are those levels that define success? The board needs to discuss what is success and figure out how to incentivize that definition. Thank you.
Okay. We have no other questions from the board. So at this time, we can take a 15-minute break and we will reconvene at 11:20. Everyone. Welcome back to our Performance, Compensation, and Talent Management Committee. Our next item on our agenda is item 5C, our compensation review and recommendations for statutory positions. Ms. Tucker, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you, Chair Willett and members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 5C presents compensation survey data for classifications covered by the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions, including the Chief Executive Officer, Chief Actuary, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, General Counsel, Chief Investment Officer, and all investment management positions. Michael Oak of McLaughlin is here today to present a review of CalPERS compensation data in comparison to the board's defined comparator groups for executive and investment management positions. Following McLaughlin's presentation, the board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, has reviewed their survey data, and Brad Kelly and Peter Landers will be back with us to provide their initial observations to aid the committee in determining next steps. The goal of this item is to review the data and discuss gaps in compensation where applicable. Based on the committee's direction, GGA will return in June 2025 with refined recommendations on compensation ranges for covered positions. That concludes my remark, and I can invite Mr. Oak to begin his presentation.
Great, thank you. So this review covers the positions that are listed. Footnote at the bottom is that the Chief Health Director is a relatively unique position at CalPERS, and the McLaughlin Financial Services data isn't a good database for that. So we could have, pulled something that wasn't a great match and made it up. But we think the better approach is to find actual relevant positions, and I think GGA has done that for you in their work. So just all the positions here were covered, minus that one. We will look at the market 25th, 50th, and 75th percentile. So as a reminder, the 50th is the midpoint, 25th means 25% of the population is paid less than that, and 75th means 25% of the population is paid more than that. So these ranges that we look at will basically cover the middle 50% of the market. And we break it out a number of different ways for you. So we look at base salary alone, base salary plus cash incentives a couple different ways, and then base salary plus long-term incentives. And then just as a note, this is looking at what we would just consider pure direct compensation. It doesn't include benefits, retirement, health, et cetera, et cetera. So our methodology is relatively consistent with prior years, although we did refine the peer group definitions based on work that you did with GGA. So for executive positions, there's effectively 3 groups that we then do an equal weighting for. So the first group is leading U.S. and Canadian public funds. The second group is California-based agencies. That data is provided to us by CalPERS staff. And then the third is private sector firms, which are asset managers, banks, insurance companies, asset managers within banks and insurance companies. And again, those are equally weighted, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 in the final number, but the individual breakouts are also included in the appendix for you. Investment management is a slightly different peer group. We look at, there's a 2/3, 1/3 weighting. So 2/3 to large, complex institutional investors. So that's U.S. and Canadian public funds, as well as leading universities and corporate plan sponsors. And then for private sector organizations, we look at a slightly broader market here of investment advisory firms, insurance companies, and banks. And that's scoped assets of 1/3 to 125% of CalPERS. Any questions on peer groups before we move into the actual data? Great. I'll go a little bit slow on the first slide, just in case this format's new to you, and then the rest of them are just repeating the same format. So there's 4 columns of data. The first is just base salary alone. So in this case, we're looking at the Chief Executive Officer. The midpoint of your range is $503,000. The market median is $513,000. Your midpoint is right at market. When we look at salary plus target cash bonus, so if the bonus was paid exactly at target plus the base salary, we get to basically $1 million at CalPERS. The market is $1.5 million. So your salary plus cash bonus is basically closer to the 25th percentile of 936 than it is to the median. And then if we say, okay, well, what about if we look at your salary plus maximum bonus? Where does that land? And again, that would bring you to 1.2 million for CalPERS midpoint, and 1.5 million is the market median. So if you look at that CalPERS range, if the incumbent was paid at the maximum range of CalPERS, meaning their salary was the 629, and that flows through, they'd be paid 1.5 million, which is a little bit closer to the market median. So salary right on market, total cash compensation as we define it, you're closer to between 25th and 50th, depending on which metric you're looking at there. And then the last column here is when we add long-term incentives. So for CalPERS, this would be your long-term incentive plan valued at its target. And then for the market, this would be restricted stock, mutual fund deferral, stock options, et cetera. If it's performance-based, also valued at target. If it's just time-based, it would be valued at grant date value. So the value of the award at the time that it was granted, not the value that it ultimately pays out at. So again, here your midpoint would be 1.5 million. The market is about $1 million ahead of that on a total comp basis. And you can see that the size of these bars, so you have obviously these tight bands that they're generous bands, but tight relative to what you see here on the screen. They look tight. The market has a wide range of pay, especially for the more senior executive positions. And then again, just as a reminder, the other thing to mention is that 50% of the market is missing from this page. So 25% would be paid kind of below that bottom graph, and then 25% paid above. And the visual here, so the white break in the bar is the midpoint for CalPERS, or the median for the market, and the bar represents, the bottom of the bar would be the 25th percentile, and the top of the bar would be the 75th percentile, or the minimum maximum for CalPERS. Any questions on either this data for the CEO or the format of the data?
Yes, thank you. We do have a question.
Thank you. Just a question on the total salary plus target total comp on the market side, that gap you were describing. Is that largely driven by the inclusion of the bank and the insurance industries
Absolutely.
in the comparator groups?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Thank you.
So for the CFO, again, I'll just kind of point out that your salary of 312 is pretty close to the market of 337, a little bit below, but not terribly. Salary plus target, cash incentive 530 versus 542. Salary plus max 640 versus 542. And then there's no LTI for this position. So the market long-term incentive, the market total comp is 716 at median. The general counsel, 335 base versus 317 market. Salary plus target cash is 570 versus 565, so right at median there. And then your salary plus max of 687 versus the median of 565, or the top quartile of 682. And then the total comp for this position on the market would be 705. Chief actuary, salary 275 is a bit below market of 302. If we add the target incentive, you get 468 versus 497. Incentive at maximum would put you at 564. And then the market total comp with long-term incentives is 622. Chief operating officer, your midpoint happens to be to the dollar, the market midpoint, 335. If we add that target incentive, we get CalPERS at 570, market at 561. At maximum, CalPERS would be at 687 versus the market at 561. And again, the market with the long-term incentive would be 714 at median. Any questions on these executives before moving on to the investment positions? Great. So this format, very similar in terms of what we're looking at, but each page is basically a pay element. So this is the base salary only for all the positions. Bars represent the same thing, 25th, 50th, and 75th. So you can see here, the associate investment manager, your base is 167, market salary of 180. so on and so forth. I don't want to use up your time reading numbers to you on the page, but you can see here that you're not too off from market in most places for base salary, and obviously there's a couple positions that you might be a little bit higher, a little bit lower. If we then add in target cash, kind of a similar positioning here, that you are, you kind of visually just look where those white lines are. The white and the blue bars are pretty close to that white line in the gray bars, and that's again your midpoint versus the market median. So now this is at, let's see, to make sure, salary, total cash, max total cash. All right. So this is your cash bonus paid at maximum, and you see here, as we would expect, that those white lines are raising up a little bit in the blue bars. The market data stays the same in terms of total cash. So if you were to maximize your incentive, most positions would be somewhat above median. And then if we look at total compensation, so again, this is base salary plus cash bonus plus long-term awards at target, and then the market, again, same situation. You see here that the associate, investment manager, investment director, managing director, all kind of right at the midpoint, as well as the CIO. The COIO is a little bit below, and the deputy CIO is a little bit above. Any questions on this data? Did you care to look at in the appendix really deep down? There's a list of the public funds and a summary of the private sector. Happy to kind of share those in case there's any questions on what's included or who's included. But if not, I don't need to take up your time.
Yeah, if you don't mind going through them, thank you.
So bear with me. I think there's like 50 pages to slip through here. All the pages I'm skipping over were to the question earlier. So this, for example, is just public fund data, just California data, just private sector data. So you can kind of see that if you care to kind of compare what's in the sausage, if you will. Did you have control there? Sorry, the clicker seems to have given up. If you just want to forward to the, back one slide. So here, the color code, and if I name a color wrong, I apologize, I'm colorblind, but it's supposed to be blues and grays. So if a row is blue, that means that it's been added since the prior analysis. So it could be that I think there was some that they were initially weren't in the survey when the prior peer group was determined. And there's some that now meet the newly refined criteria that you all worked with GGA to refine. So the current peer group, you can see there were 11 organizations with the median assets of 182 billion. Now there are 16 organizations with the median assets of 184 billion. And obviously, we didn't show all the firms that are smaller. We just wanted to demonstrate that in our survey, Lacera would be the next largest organization that participates, and then everyone else below would be too small to include. And you see here, again, this is a mix of Canadian and U.S. funds with significant internal management and similar size. Questions on this page? Great. California-based agencies are listed here. This is just a, sure. We're not able to show kind of our name by name in the private sector, but we can at least summarize it for you. So the banks, and again, just to clarify, this is the investment division within a bank. So Morgan Stanley Investment Management, JP Morgan Asset Management, Goldman Sachs, et cetera, not the CEO of the bank or so forth, it's of the investment management division, and same with the insurance companies. So at median, the banks were 325 billion, insurance companies 114 billion. And that's that for them. And then for investments, the leading institutional investors, it's basically that same group we saw for executives, but now we're adding in corporate plan sponsors like Lockheed Martin, and then leading endowments, kind of the $10 billion plus group, starting at UTEMCO and going down to WashU. And again, a similar table for investments here, investment management firms, those are investment advisory firms, the investment division within banks, and then within insurance companies. And just in case, just to make it clear, because it's not explicitly stated here, but alternative firms are excluded. So private equity, hedge funds, et cetera, are not included in this data. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Okay, no questions. I think we go to our consultant, Global Governance Advisors, for the same item.
Sorry about that. I was just on mute. So yeah, you would have received obviously Michael and McLaughlин's information, and this is definitely the best source of data for the U.S. market. And I just wanted to provide a little bit of background of how we got where we are. Obviously, Michael listed all of the positions that were reviewed, and our data also includes the chief health director. I think it's important though to step back and say that there was a lot of material changes that were made and that had to be made 2 years ago when we last did the study. There hadn't been necessarily adjustments made to the incentive levels for many years. Certain salaries hadn't been adjusted in several years. And so this committee and the full CalPERS board, I think, recognized at the time that you needed to close a lot of the gaps to market that were coming up at that time. And I think what McLaughlин's analysis has shown is, for the most part, all of those good changes have led to you being still relatively well positioned for most roles. And it's not uncommon that when you start getting into a regular rhythm of reviewing things every 2 years, there are going to be certain roles that naturally will start to have a little bit of gaps to the market, and it's very reasonable and very common to just on a regular basis just be tweaking certain roles and making certain adjustments to just make sure that they stay in line with market, as opposed to not making any adjustments and waiting, in this case, if you wait another 2 years, 4 years to make changes, or even longer than that. That's where you start to get into these situations where you have to make these more material changes to pay that obviously the board really has to think through and is concerned about the optics of it. So it's good to get into this regular review cycle and then get into the rhythm of making certain routine adjustments where gaps come up. And that's really the spirit of a lot of the findings that we had when we looked at the data, and also some of the preliminary recommendations that we are bringing forward to the committee. I would say, and we'll get to it in a second, the one position that shows the largest gap, and this is not unexpected because there was a really large gap noticed 2 years ago. We definitely filled a big portion of it 2 years ago, but we knew at the time that there was still a pretty material gap to market for the role. But it was, we didn't want to make all of that humongous change all at once. So we sort of said, let's make this one change for now. And that is the CEO position. So you will see in the data that the CEO position shows the largest gap remaining to market. And that's both from, not so much from a salary perspective, although there's a slight tweak we can make there, but more so on the short and long-term incentive side of things. And so we've brought forth a preliminary recommendation. We assume there will be some good discussion around the recommendation we brought forward. But when you look at some of these other adjustments, we would say most of them are pretty routine in nature and to be expected. And you'd want to just keep making these tweaks along the way, as opposed to just deferring until the next sort of cycle. So we'll go through very quickly, highlight the gaps that we noticed and some of the rationale, and then we can get into some of the preliminary recommendations. Are the slides up on the screen? Sorry, I can't see from my vantage point.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Perfect. So if we can move beyond page 3 to page 4, I guess. The big thing on page 4 that we want to note, it's in the blue box, is that we are not recommending any adjustments to anyone's actual salaries at this point. This is just adjustments that would be made to the ranges for those salaries. And so, again, that's important to keep in mind. We're not recommending any individual receive a salary increase. It's more about the ranges and making sure that those ranges are competitive with the competitive market. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone. Michael talked about this already in terms of the peer group makeup. And it, generally, if you look at both groups, sorry, this is on the next slide, slide 5. It's a combined peer group with a 33% weighting on private sector and a 67% weighting on pension funds and/or California agencies, which we've sort of lumped together as public sector, or what we sometimes call quasi-public sector. The one exception being the chief health director. That role, as Michael pointed out, is not really it's not an investment-related role. It's a fairly unique role, and so we've worked with the HR group, similar to 2 years ago, to identify there's no perfect match for the chief health director role at CalPERS, but relatively similar California-based health organizations. And again, we are looking to align to the median. So all of our findings, our recommendations are in relation to the median of these marketplaces. And that's where you want the midpoint of the salary range and the midpoint target total compensation to generally align with the median of the market. Michael spoke about the difference between total cash and total compensation, but it's there just to remind you. We can move to the next slide, please. Next slide. So we'll start off with executive positions. And so what I want to highlight here is all of the boxes that are highlighted in green indicate roles that are generally competitive with the market. And that competitiveness is generally saying you're within 10% of the median. And so when we say that 10%, that's saying the midpoint salary, the midpoint target total cash, the midpoint total compensation is within 10% of the market median for salary, target total cash, and target total compensation. And you can see when we did this 2 years ago, there was a lot less green on the page. And so the adjustments that have been made 2 years ago have kept you generally competitive. There are a few tweaks that we would suggest to get you even closer to the median, but you can see relatively that you're doing well. I want to highlight the CEO position. That is the one role that is, on a total cash and total compensation basis, not as competitive, not within 10%. And that's for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. And again, we have some recommendations on how you can potentially fill that gap. The other one I want to point out is for those 4 roles, CFO, General Counsel, COO, and Chief Actuary, that they are also not within 10% on a total compensation basis. And the reason for that, again, this is similar to 2 years ago, is you as a board have made the conscious decision to not make these positions eligible for long-term incentive currently. For various reasons, there definitely is, when you compare them to a CEO, less of a gap due to a long-term incentive than, say, the CEO position. But I think it's important to realize that the reason you are competitive on a total cash basis, but not as competitive on a total compensation basis, can largely be attributed to the lack of a long-term incentive for these roles. And the data will show that, again, at the midpoint target total cash versus the target total compensation of the market, that is where the gap is coming from. Now, going back to an earlier theme when we talked about TPA, we talked about the incentive metrics. You're in a bit of a gray zone right now. You haven't necessarily made the decision to go forward with TPA officially yet. But I would suggest that for now, we would probably leave things the way they are in terms of the structure of pay for these roles. But it is something that, assuming you were to adopt a TPA position, looking at the objectives you have for long-term performance and things like that, this is an area where you may want to consider as an adjustment making these roles in the future eligible for long-term incentive. And therefore, you wouldn't necessarily have to adjust the salaries of these roles or the annual incentive opportunity levels. We could simply add in a long-term incentive eligibility and fill that gap for those roles. But again, for now, you'll see in our preliminary recommendations, we're keeping things as they are until we sort of have some more clarity on where you're going with TPA. We would suggest just leaving it the way it is for now as a bit of a stopgap. If we can move to the next slide, please. this slide is really just taking that green and sort of light shaded and turning it into actual numbers. And so you can see numerically what those differences are. And again, the biggest difference being for the CEO, that's, negative 33% on the total cash, negative 26 on a total comp basis. And then you can see for the other roles, quite competitive within 2% or so of market, but then falling by about 20% or more. And again, that's due to that long-term incentive. And the one thing I did want to clarify, while definitely, that total compensation gap is driven, a lot by the private sector portion of the peer group, there would be within your pension fund peer group certain leading Canadian funds. And I'm not sure how McLaughlin collects the data for some US funds, but those funds would also have long-term incentive for many of these roles, whether it's an OMERS, whether it's a CPP. And so, that also is driving some of this gap to market. It's not solely the private sector data, it's also some of these leading pension funds that have adopted a long-term incentive. If we can move to the next slide, please. So we did the same exact analysis for investment management positions. So a CIO all the way down to an associate investment manager. And again, comparing this table to the one from 2 years ago, there's a lot more green on the table. We did a lot of, and you did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of making the necessary adjustments to annual and long-term incentive opportunities to get into a more market competitive position. I do note CIO a little low on salary, and then the chief operating investment officer. That was a role also that had a bit of a gap that we didn't fill all the way last time. So that also is driving some of these changes. But overall, again, quite competitive for the most part. And really what you'll see in our recommendations is just a few tweaks along the edges to make sure you remain competitive with market. If we can move to the next slide, please. And so the next slide, again, is just quantifying some of the gap to the market, again, highlighted in those red boxes in terms of slide 12. And you can, again, see the areas where there might be a few more tweaks needed. We can move to the next slide, please. So that brings us to our recommendations. And again, this is really made in terms of making sure that the gaps to market that are observed are filled to a large part, that we're aligning with the marketplace, ultimately adjusting incentive opportunities where required to position roles more competitively. So our adjustments are not just to salary levels, but it might be to certain incentive opportunity levels. And again, as I mentioned earlier, while there is prevalence of long-term incentive for most executive roles, we really have refrained from recommending any immediate changes to eligibility at this time. But this is something moving forward, assuming you adopt a TPA and some of the goals and objectives you might have, you may want to consider making these roles eligible for long-term incentive on a go-forward basis afterwards. Next slide, please. So for the executive management positions, I think some of the rationale is make sure you're aligned competitively with the median of your peer group. Make sure that your base salary ranges and the midpoints are competitive with the peer group. Make sure that a meaningful and competitive amount of compensation is placed at risk through performance-driven incentives. We're big proponents of tying as much as possible pay to at-risk performance-driven incentives as opposed to just through salary adjustments. And we do make the one note, there was a conscious decision made based on how the role is compensated in the market and just the nature of the role to make the chief health director not eligible for incentives at CalPERS, and that aligns with similar positions in the marketplace. So our recommendations there will be for salary only, and there will be no adjustments on incentives. And again, the recommendations recognize that there is certain roles that are not eligible for long-term incentive at this time, and we're sort of keeping that as is for now. Next slide, please. So first off, in terms of salary adjustments, we did note a few, and again, you'll notice most of these are tweaks. The CEO, just making sure that we're aligned with the median of the market for that, given there is a gap to market. The CFO, you'll see we made a slight tweak in the midpoint, about $8,000. The chief actuary showed a bit of a gap from a salary perspective, so we look to fill that up as well. And then the chief health director, and again, this is a role that is salary only, so not eligible for incentive. We did see the need based on the market data. And again, using a similar group as last time, and the need to adjust that salary midpoint up forward. So again, these aren't recommending adjustments to anyone's actual salaries. This is just adjusting the bands themselves to be that much more aligned with the median of the market. Next slide, please. On the incentive side, you'll see we're not suggesting any adjustments on incentives for any of the roles except for the CEO. And so the CEO is where, again, there is that material gap to market. So we have adjusted these incentives accordingly to position the role more competitively in the market. And again, you'll see we've made adjustments, or again, initial recommendation to adjust those targets upward by a material amount. And again, this is a more aggressive move to get the CEO position more competitively positioned in the marketplace. But we definitely are open to feedback from you after this presentation on some of the feedback you have on these initial recommendations. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Peter, just one
yeah.
thing if I could add.
Yeah.
When you look at your CEO compensation, because of the adjustments that had been made on the base level salary in the past, bringing it closer to market, and because of the work that we had done on the incentive design, making sure that we were focusing CalPERS on performance realization of strict performance targets, making sure we're focused on value add and not negative value add performance. This is a risk mitigated way of making an adjustment on the compensation side, because just by increasing the incentive level, again, it's 100% predicated on performance. And so therefore, if Marcy does not perform in her role or against the objectives that you put forward, then she does not realize this level of compensation. So we see it as a risk mitigated way forward, and probably a more ideal way of making adjustments, because again, you're focusing on performance and contributions made towards advancing CalPERS. And so therefore we see it as again a risk mitigated way of making that adjustment forward.
Thanks, Brad. That's a great clarification. So yeah, if we can go back to slide 19, what I wanted to show here is just the dollar impact of these recommendations. So you can see below the CEO level, from a total cash perspective, everyone, within 2% of the market median, so quite competitively paid with certain adjustments. And you can see that we've taken a gap that was, I think, in the 30% range or so, down to about a 14% difference on a total cash basis, and down a little bit, about 19% down on the total comp basis. And so what we did was, we said to ourselves, okay, that's the midpoint of the market. But let's just look at it from, Marcy has been a relatively high performer. Her salary has been adjusted accordingly. So if we move to the next slide, please. If you actually look at Marcy based on her current salary, and not to say that in the future when you have a new CEO, they might have a lot different salary, but we gained comfort in this recommendation because it would position Marcy right away pretty much at a competitive level, given her current level of salary in the marketplace. So again, this is something that if you chose to adopt this recommendation in June, you would be essentially positioning the incumbent quite competitively in the marketplace for their role. And so again, bring that up as some additional data and data points as you are considering this in today and then in the months ahead before June. Next slide, please. So we did the same exact thing for investment positions. A lot of similar rationale in terms of be competitive with the median, ensure base salary ranges are still competitive, obviously drive things through more at-risk incentive pay where we're oriented, and then just make sure that the mix between salary and incentives aligns with current market practices. Next slide, please. So you can see here there's 3 positions in particular: CIO, COIO, and Associate Investment Manager, where we are recommending some adjustments in salary. I'll note for the CIO that this won't position the midpoint salary exactly near perfectly at the median of the market. But when you factor in the long-term incentive opportunity that role is eligible for, we're comfortable in just making this small tweak to the CIO. The other two, I think that the data sort of shows that those adjustments generally position them pretty close to the median. But you can see again, we're not talking about wholesale changes. We're talking about three of the roles and just making some slight adjustments there to align with the market. And I will note for the COIO position, that is a role that did show a gap even after last time's recommendations. So this is just a furtherance of trying to make sure we get that role a little bit more competitively paid in the market to address some of the gap even from last time that was observed. We can move to the next slide, please. You can see again from an incentive opportunity perspective, generally unchanged outside of the COIO role, where there was evidence in the market data suggested that adjustments to the incentive opportunity, taking it up at a target level by 10% from 90 to 100%, was warranted to get the role more competitively positioned in the marketplace. If we can move to the next slide, please. And you can see here, at the end of the day, through all of the adjustments that we recommended, whether it's salary adjustments or that one tweak on incentive opportunities, all roles now are quite competitive. COIO is still slightly low at -9, but within that 10% range that we talk about. And so we were comfortable that it was still competitively positioned. So you can see, again, just making some tweaks along the way to get those roles more in line with the marketplace. And again, a lot of the heavy lifting done 2 years ago, so we're not having to do nearly as much of an adjustment in incentives and like that we did 2 years ago. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, this would be something, again, to consider. We'll obviously take feedback, and then we'll be coming forward at the June meeting with, for approval, any final required adjustments, the salary ranges to position CalPERS more competitively. We're also going to come forward with recommendations, final recommendations on what to adjust to annual and long-term incentive opportunities, and also talking about the CEO position and how you want to address that gap to market. And then lastly, we would work with CalPERS HR to reflect any changes in incentive opportunity levels within the formal policy document, and that would come forward for approval at the June meeting, assuming the recommendations are approved. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to quickly highlight on this slide, here are all the organizations that we looked at this time around in terms of evaluating the Chief Health Director role. You can see pretty much the same list as 2 years ago. We added one other suitable plan, which was the Contra Costa Health Plan. But overall, very consistent terms in terms of the organizations looked at and the roles identified. So again, I think very comparable to look, 2 years ago versus now. If we can move to the next slide, please. And just these are the ranges that we found in terms of when we looked at all those different organizations, put them in an array. You can see that median being in that 453 range. And then we do note that, you have viewed Covered California as probably the most comparable organization for the CHD role. So we have shown that separately, just like we did last time. And what's interesting is, and this is just the way the data shook out, because Covered California, we include them in the broader California organization cut, their salary right now actually ends up being at the median of that California organization group. So again, that gave us comfort that moving the midpoint to that level was generally justifiable for the Chief Health Director role. I don't think we need to spend any other time on any of the other slides. They're really just, again, providing additional detail on the peer groups that McLaughlin used, which Michael already went through. But I would say, the only thing I will say on peer groups that maybe wasn't mentioned by Michael is there was feedback provided 2 years ago. There was questions around, did we include New York funds? Did we include Florida? And things like that. And we tried to address that. Also, though, making sure that those organizations fit the criteria that the board and the PCTM had agreed to 2 years ago as well, in terms of what those peers should be doing from, internal investment management size and things like that. And so, when it was looked at, the New York funds and the Florida fund met that criteria. And so we've tried to address that feedback from 2 years ago and adopted it in terms of analyzing the peer group levels. So with that, I'll sort of finish my initial observations and initial recommendations and open up to any questions that anyone might have or feedback.
All right, thank you for that presentation. We do have feedback, and just for our stakeholders and those listening at home for transparency, these recommendations will be again received and voted on at our June PCTM meeting. So the board's not taking action today. And with that, we'll go to their questions. Board Member Ortega?
Yeah, thank you. I had a question about the comment on the CEO salary, and just wanted to clarify that the observation is that the actual salary being paid is within the market range that we're looking for, but I'm just unclear on the recommendation. The recommendation would be to change what's available in the future, or so I guess the way we think about that is changing the band or the range that's available, because it sounds like what you're saying, what's actually being paid is competitive.
Yeah, so yeah, to clarify, we are just recommending a slight, I wouldn't say it's a huge, but a slight adjustment to the midpoint of the band, so 503 to 513. But yes, based on what the current CEO is being paid currently, she's paid at the upper end of the band. That is definitely would be considered competitive in terms of what the CEO is actually being paid. This is more about, again, setting the ranges to be competitive, so that regardless of who the incumbent is in the role, that the midpoint of those ranges are competitive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So we do have public comments. With that, I will ask JJ Jelensik to come forward. And you will have 3 minutes.
30 minutes?
Sorry, 3 minutes.
I actually couldn't use 30 minutes. JJ Jelensik, beneficiary. I think the board needs to look at the management salaries and structures and the peer groups. A little background. The PEARL allows the board to hire an executive officer, and that's what the board did for years. When Dale Hansen became the executive officer, he became much more political and spent much more time traveling around the country. He complained to the board that nobody knew what an executive officer was, and asked the board to change the title to Chief Executive Officer. There was no change in duty, just a title change. The executive officer, unlike a CEO, is not responsible for major plan decisions and setting strategic goals. Those are the function of the legislature and the board. Like a CEO, the executive officer oversees the system's operations. Jeff McCaber, the head of the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, oversees a state agency with 60,000 employees and makes $333,000 a year. Kim Johnson oversees 33,000 employees and makes $251 a year as the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. The executive officer of CalPERS oversees a state agency of less than 3,000 employees and makes a base salary of $578,000 plus bonuses. I think the board needs to re-examine the structure and the peer group, and I think you need to put more emphasis on other California public agencies. We are not a public company. We are a state agency. Thank you.
All right, no other public comment. Thank you everyone for those presentations. And next item of our agenda was summary of committee direction. I didn't take any.
I didn't either.
I have no additional public comment. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting. And should we start finance or would you like to go to lunch? Lunch? Okay, so we will go to lunch and we will be back at 12:50.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Or 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, okay. We'll be back with finance and administration at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Finance and Administration Committee to order. Can we start with the roll call?
Kevin Pauky,
Good afternoon.
Melissa Willett. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
David Miller. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco. Present. Ramon Rubalcaba. Present. Yvonne Walker.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is our executive report. Ms. Nix.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and had a good one, or at least a tasty sandwich. Anyway, I'm often asked what the status of the California Employers Pension Pre-Funding Trust is, so I'm just going to build it into the executive report today. I'm happy to report that as of April 8th, 2025, the CalPERS Employers Pension Pre-Funding Trust fund balance is $278 million with 101 contracted employers. Last week was America Saves Week. Our 457 plan encouraged participants to increase retirement confidence with their finances by planning and saving. We sent emails, social media posts, and newsletters with links to resources and tools like a budget calculator and webinars on a variety of financial topics. We are helping the 457 program participants save on administrative fees with a recent 2 basis points reduction. We recently signed a third-party administrator contract in February that enabled this reduction. The action consent item before you today consists of a semi-annual financial contracting perspective report and the valuation report for the 1959 Survivor Benefit Program. Additionally, the agenda has 5 action items seeking your direction: the Investment, Data, and Technology Modernization Initiative and contract extension of the Total Fund and Capital Markets Platform, the 2025-26 Annual Budget Proposal, the Annual Review of the Board Member Employer Reimbursements, State Valuation and Employer-Employee Contribution Rates, and School Valuation Employer-Employee Contribution Rates. We also have 3 information items. Fritzy Archuleta will present the Long-Term Care Valuation Report, and next will be Emily Zong presenting the Semi-Annual Health Plan Financial Report. And Scott Trando, along with Fritzy Archuleta, will conclude today with a 2025 Public Employees Retirement Fund Actuarial Assumptions, which is part of the ALM process. The next Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for September 16th, 2025, and will include the following: Treasury Analysis and the Liquidity Status Report, Pre-Funding Programs Annual Status Report, Pension Contracts Management Program Report, Annual Contract and Procurement Activity Report, Annual Actuarial Valuation Terminated Agency Pool, and the review of the Public Employees Retirement Fund Actuarial Assumptions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Nix. I do not see any questions, so we can move forward with our agenda. Next up is our action consent items. What is the pleasure of the committee? I have a motion by Jose Luis Pacheco and a second by David Miller. By consensus of the board, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You had a question.
I had a quick question on on one of the report. Do it.
Do we, So hold on before we take okay, so there's a motion and a second. Let's open it up for discussion on Mr. Ruffino. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a quick question. I don't necessarily need to pull the item on 4C, the semi-annual contracting perspective report.
So let's hold off on the information consent items because we need to take the action on 3.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so back to the action consent items. I have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion on the action consent items.
Just a moment, Chair. Mr. Ruffino, were you referring to 3C, the semi-annual contracting prospective report that you wanted to pull from action consent?
No, 4C.
4C, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
Yeah. So with, back to the action consent items. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes. Information consent items. Mr. Ruffino, I have an ask to pull 4C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask the question on 4C?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
perfect. All right, just a quick question on 4C, which is the semi-annual financial report. So on that report, we noted that the benefits payment increased by 5.4% due to growth in retiree and beneficiary population. So if this rate of increase, or is this rate of increase in line with current demographic projections, or is there concern that growth may outpace planning assumptions?
Thank you for that question. First of all, this is as of a point in time, so it's through December 31st, 2024. So we often have increased retirements in the month of December. We consider an annual perspective of retirements when we go to do the valuation reports, which you'll remember are actually lagging a year. So we will see if those increased retirements will affect the valuation in the next valuation. And I think that's all I have with that. If Scott, you want to add anything, or did I? All right, so we'll see that flow through in the next actuarial valuation.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rubalcava.
Thank you. I just want to thank Trustee Ruffino for asking that question. I don't feel so bad now because I actually had the same question. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. Sorry. Okay.
Great. Okay, if there's no other questions on our information consent items, we can move to Agenda 5, action agenda items, investment data and technology modernization initiative and contract extension of total fund and capital markets platform.
We're going to call Robert Patterson to the dais to present this.
Good afternoon, committee members. Rob Patterson, CalPERS team member. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Wonderful. When we met in November, we provided an update on the overall initiative and said that we would come back now seeking funding and also providing an update on work that we've done since the last meeting. And today what I'd like to do is I'd like to spend some time, again, giving an update in terms of the progress that we've done since the last meeting. I'd also like to share a plan for the remainder of the fiscal year, outline plans for next fiscal year, and because this is an action item, we're seeking approval today on 2 specific items. The first item is that of funding your budget for fiscal year 25-26, and I'll get into additional details on that in a moment. And the second component is asking for approval for the contract term moving from what is typically a 5-year term to a 7-year term. Thanks for moving on the slide. So before we get into the request, I wanted to provide some updates in terms of the approach that we're taking, making sure we're aligned there, reorient ourselves on the overall timeline, and then just remind ourselves of the governance structure that we have in place. From an approach perspective, we've taken the overall initiative and we've broken that into 4 underlying projects. The first project is that of total fund and capital markets, and that's focused on the data and the technology to make sure that we have the necessary capabilities to manage the funds in totality, as well as public equity and fixed income in isolation. The second project is that of private markets, and that's looking private equity, private debt, real estate, and infrastructure, and making sure both pre-investment in any of the due diligence tools and data that we need, as well as post-investment, that we have the information, the tools, the processes to be able to support the activities within those investment segments. The third project is that of a data platform. That's making sure that we have a centralized repository built out, common source of information related to data that's used for reporting and also analysis. And then the fourth project that you can see grayed out at the bottom very intentionally is that of developed applications. The intention being there in the event that the first 3 projects have some unmet needs, that we would go through our governance process to make sure that we evaluated the opportunities to develop those applications. But again, that would be a couple of years down the road before we got into that. From a governance standpoint, reminder that we have the overall initiative, which is co-chaired, co-sponsored by our CEO and CIO. And then within each one of the underlying projects, we have our own governance structure. That governance structure is comprised of representatives from each of the asset classes or enterprise IT folks, partners there, and then it's led or sponsored by a senior leader within the investment offices and is ultimately reported back into any recommendations or decisions back into the executive level steering committee. From a timeline perspective, we initiated the first 2 projects this fiscal year, so that's Project 1 and Project 2, and when we look to next fiscal year, we would look to start on the data platform, Project 3. And as you look at the timeline, and similarly with the budget as we look at that later, what we're sharing with you is the best available information that we have to date, and as we continue to get new information, we'll provide that to you at the next available board meeting. So if we can move on to the next slide. So one of the reasons we're here today is to seek funding, and so we wanted to take a moment and introduce some of the initiative costs over the life of this initiative. When we look at that, we can think of it cost. We can also think of this as being the investment that we're making into the capabilities that are required to be able to better manage the portfolio into the future. As we're looking at this, we can look on the left-hand side of the chart, fiscal year 24-25, the year that we're in. That represents the $10 million that's been approved to date. And on the next slide, I'll give you an update in terms of how we've progressed that, but generally activities are on track. As we look at fiscal year 25-26, next fiscal year, that's the $38 million that we're seeking funding for today. Similar to the current year activities, I'll get into more detail here, but I'd summarize what we plan to do next fiscal year as related to initiative planning for projects 1 and 2. So how we're going to go and sequence the implementation of the software vendors that we select, and then beginning the implementation of those selected vendor platforms, and then initiating project 3, which is the data platform. As we look at that $38 million, it translates approximately current NAV of the perf to about 3/4 of a basis point of performance impact to perf. As we look at fiscal year 26-27, we can see a spike, that being the greatest cash outlay in that year. The reason being all 3 of the efforts of the projects would be in flight. And then as we move to subsequent fiscal years, we see those cash outlays decrease. We believe that we'd be wrapped up with the overall initiative around early part of fiscal year 29-30, with some additional costs being pushed into that particular year. Again, just like on the prior slide when I was introducing some of or discussing some of the timelines, when we're looking at this, these are our best available estimates on all of the projects. It's informed by work that we did with McKinsey 2 years ago. It's informed by a lot of peer conversations we've had, and it's also informed by a lot of market research that we've done as we've worked with consulting firms or the vendors that we're evaluating. If we could move on to the next slide, please. So when I look at this slide and I look at the accomplishments, I'm quite pleased with the progress that the team has made. And when I think of the progress that the team has made, that's not just the investment office, that's also reflective of a lot of the work that we've done with our business partners across the enterprise. And when we look at this, I think that's important to signal because this is not just an investment office-oriented activity. This is something that we're doing that is requiring support and partnership to progress from HR, from the financial office, from the legal office, from our procurement and contracting team to make sure that everything is done in a way that we can mutually progress and be able to support into the future. What I thought I would do, though, is highlight some of the key accomplishments since the November board meeting. In terms of staffing, that's been a major area of focus. We want to make sure that to the greatest extent possible, we have permanent staff that are able to help build up these capabilities. And we've been working very closely with HR, so Michelle Tucker's team, to be able to stand up a process, to be able to recruit at scale and to move at a fairly quick pace so that we can get people on board as quickly as possible. The positions that we're hiring there, and there's several of them, are going to report directly to Jen Hafner, who is on my left or to your right. And Jen joins us. She joined us in the summer. She is now in the role of initiative director, overseeing the totality of these projects. She reports to me and ultimately has responsibility for what we're doing here. A little bit of context on Jen. Jen has 25 years of experience at Schwab, where she was most recently the managing director of their strategic program office. Also oversaw their investment platform and technology team and various governance and board relations related activities. One of the things that she did while there was she led activities to scale their investment platforms to support the $1 trillion in assets that they manage. To date, her contributions have been key, and as we look to the future, very instrumental in making sure that we manage the overall initiative well. Some key accomplishments on Project One. A lot of it's been focused on things like documentation, partnering with our enterprise IT folks to make sure we understand what the as-is situation. What are all the applications we have? What are the key activities? What are the data flows so that when we move to a future state, we're able to effectively map what is to what will be. So very important to prepare for implementation that we have coming up next year. The second key component is we've selected the SaaS platform provider. It's going to be a software as a service solution provider that will support the totality of the investment or portfolio management activities for capital markets and total funds. And a significant support that we've received from OSSD, so Dallas Stone and team on the procurement, and then also on the contracting side from Matt Jacobs' team within the legal office. As we've looked to Project Two, we've been looking at all the capabilities that we need to be able to manage that portion of the portfolio. We've shortlisted a set of vendors that we think will deliver on those capabilities, and we've initiated peer reviews to make sure that our ingoing view of what we think we should be doing is validated by what some of our peers are doing, and also that we have a better sense of the vendors that we think that would be able to support those needs are indeed being used across the market. As we look to next fiscal year, we're going to have a continued focus on resources, both permanent staff, getting those folks onboarded and trained, as well as consultants. We'll also focus on developing a change management plan and needing to develop activities not just in isolation of the investment office, but also in the context of the conversation of TPA and how we bring all of the activities together from a data technology, a portfolio management standpoint, and working with our enterprise partners. As we look at activities for the remainder of the year on Project One, we're going to complete our current state documentation. We'll plan to execute the contract for that software provider. We'll select a consulting firm to assist us with implementing that software platform. And then on Project Two, private markets, we'll complete our peer reviews and then also complete a market assessment of the tools that are required to be able to run the businesses we think we need to into the future. So as we move to the next slide, and I began to give a sense of some of this as I was talking about what we're doing this year. Some of that begins to lean into what we'll be doing next year as well. I'd also look at this slide as this is what we will deliver or plan to deliver if the budget is approved today across the initiative and the various projects. When we look at Project 1, we're going to complete planning for the implementation. And when we look at the implementation, we think we can start that very quickly thereafter, so sometime Q2 of the fiscal year, and that would begin what we estimate to be a 2-year implementation schedule for that core platform for total funding capital markets. For Project 2, we're going to initiate the implementation planning phase. So again, we would have selected some of our vendors. We'll begin to get a sense of what it's going to look like to implement those solutions, and then again, begin working on the implementation. Project 3, the data platform, we'll look at business requirements and begin to design that. And then when we look at the overall resourcing plan, making sure that we have the right resources to be able to progress the work. One thing I want to acknowledge is, as I've talked about the work that we've done to date, and also the work that we're planning to do into the future, that we're planning to use state staff wherever possible. And that's one of the reasons why we have Jen in her position, and we're recruiting a number of positions to date. We also recognize, though, that there's a number of things that we don't necessarily know yet about how to run the systems, how to configure those systems well. And so we are looking to have consulting firms assist us with the implementation of those systems. And as part of the engagement we have with those firms, we want to make sure that knowledge transfer and training back to our permanent staff is on the top of everyone's mind. And so we very much built that into all of the engagements that we have and all the plans moving forward. If we could move on to the next slide, please. So moving into the second component of the action item, which is the term. As I mentioned, the standard contract term is a 5-year term. We're asking for a 7-year term. There's really 2 key considerations there. When we look at an implementation of this scale for capital markets and total fund, we're looking at an implementation that likely will take 2 years. So significant investment upfront to get it up and running. And so this allows us to have 2 years of implementation and then 5 years of actual use of the platform. The second piece of it that's also and probably even more important is, as a result of moving from a 5-year contract term to a 7-year contract term, we estimate cost savings in the range of 5 to 10%, so real dollars back to us in terms of lower cost. We can move on to the next slide, please. Wonderful. So as I mentioned, this is an action item, and there's 2 items that we're seeking approval for today. The first, as I mentioned, is the $38 million in budget, and the second is that of the 7-year contract term. We believe that both of these are important for us to be able to move forward, and I'll go ahead and pause at this point to see if there's any questions before you take this to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your elegant presentation. I have a question regarding the, let me get back to it, on the key accomplishments and next steps. You mentioned that there will be will there be a change management plan that follows along with the investment data technology modernization initiative, governance plans, and their roles and responsibilities? I'm just wondering if that's going to be in alignment with respect to that.
So I'd take that maybe in 2 parts. Yes. From a governance standpoint, we'll look to make sure that we have clear roles and responsibilities to manage each one of those projects. From a change management standpoint, the way we're looking at addressing that is twofold. We want to make sure that we have a broad overarching plan for the initiative that's also connected with what we're doing elsewhere with, for example, within the total portfolio approach, to make sure that those are congruent. And in practice, what we're going to do is effectuate a lot of those changes, whether it's business process redesign, whether it is communication, whether it's seeking input, at the individual project level. And so one of the things we'll do by way of the implementation partner, the consulting firm that would help us with the implementation, is we're asking them to help bring some change management resources so that we have people that have done this before, and then we manage that at the local level.
Excellent then. And then just with respect to the contractual changes, as you're mentioning that you want to go from a 5-year to a 7-year for the SaaS partner for total fund, as well as you included an optional 3-year extension for greater flexibility and so forth. Just in your opinion, because my background is also IT, I think that's actually a very good idea in many respects because of the issues that come with implementation and technology and how these things are very complicated in implementing over time. So that flexibility is a pretty prudent process. I'm just wondering if that's the standard, the 3-year, or is there more or less?
It's an extension beyond the standard term, which is why we want to be explicit about it. There's other options we could have taken. We could have asked for incremental 1-year extensions. The reason we're not asking for that and we're going in with the 3 years, if at the end of 7 years we realize we wanted to switch, which again, very high switching costs,
right.
It would take 2 to 3 years to switch from one vendor to another, just like the initial implementation we're doing here. So we're just trying to provide that information out of the gate.
Out of the gate. Very good then. Well, overall, I thank you very much. I do appreciate this presentation and the process that we're going through. Thank you.
And Rob, I think would be helpful to get into the record too. So of the 7 years, how much of that 7 years is in project status versus just implementation operational mode?
Great. Yeah, so 2 years of that 7 will be on the project implementation, and then 5 years will be actually using it in more of a production basis, like Marcy was mentioning.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very good follow-up. Thank you.
I am not seeing any other questions, so let's break this down into a couple votes here. I will entertain a motion to approve $38 million in 25-26 to include the INVO's initial budget request, and that'll fund it through 6/30/26. I have a motion by Mr. Pacheco. Is there a second? A second from Ms. Willett. By consensus of the committee, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Next motion, I will entertain an extension to the contract term for 7 years for SaaS partner for total fund and capital markets portfolio management platform. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Palgi, could you add the plus 3 year?
Plus 3, okay. So the extension for 7 years plus 3 years for SaaS partner for total fund and capital markets portfolio management platform. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Miller and a second by Ms. Walker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Next up, annual budget proposal 25-26. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Chair Palgi. For the next item, I'm going to call Will well, I don't know. What is her name? Shastma, sorry, to the dais.
Thanks, Michelle. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Will Shafsma, CalPERS team member. Today we'll be walking you through the 25-26 proposed budget agenda item. It is an action item. I'm going to start by updating you on our current year spending. Next slide, please. So as of December 31st, CalPERS had expended a little more than $1 billion, or roughly 41% of our current year budget. Based on current projections, we estimate that CalPERS will end the fiscal year with a little more than $75.1 million in savings. Most of the projected savings come from administrative operating costs and are due to salary savings associated with position vacancies. Savings within the investment operating costs category are a result of lower than anticipated contract and consultant costs. Third-party administrator fees have a projected savings based on revised estimates for health and long-term care. Next slide, please. Moving on to our 25-26 budget, CalPERS proposes a total budget of $2.74 billion. This is a $213.4 million or 8.4% increase over the current year budget. For a point of reference, our annualized rate of growth from fiscal year 21-22 through 25-26 is 8.2%. This year's proposed budget increases are attributable to increased external management fees for active management and increased allocation to private asset classes, full-year costs of fees for new PPO administrators, the Data and Technology Modernization Initiative you just heard from, and transitioning Lincoln Plaza buildings to LED lights. Our position authority is proposed at the same level as the 24-25 budget. Next slide, please. The budget before you proposes $637.4 million for administrative operating costs. This is a 4.5% increase over the current year. Administrative operating costs include salaries and benefits that we pay to our team, as well as operating expenses and equipment, also referred to as OE&E. Increases in personal services are due to aligning the budget for investment office positions with actual salaries paid, and for pool positions that will be redirected to human resources to align staffing with business needs and technology needs, recruitment and succession planning. OE&E increases are due to centralized service costs, or pro rata, costs associated with board elections, and enterprise-wide software and consulting services. I will note that the administrative operating cost budget, within this budget, there is a redirection of $1.7 million in projected salary and OE&E savings to fund student assistance, training, software, and consultants. Based on analysis of historical spending trends, savings in both personal services and OE&E will be available for redirection to new business objectives, thereby limiting budget increases. And I will discuss each of these proposals in more detail in the next slide. Next slide. So we received several formal budget requests and are proposing to either augment the budget or redirect projected savings depending on the item. I'd like to note that budget requests are subject to a thorough vetting process and are reviewed by both the financial office and the executive team for criticality and resource alignment. The following budget requests are proposed for a budget augmentation of $3.3 million because they are partly or entirely funded from healthcare or contingency reserve funds, where we do not anticipate the same level of projected savings to be available for redirection. $1 million for a case management solution to track and process grievances and appeals related to health and retirement benefits. This augmentation will be split between health funding and enterprise fund resources. And $2.3 million for strategic project consultants to provide expertise, experience, and knowledge required for health rate development and negotiations. The following budget requests are proposed to be funded by redirecting $1.7 million in anticipated savings from vacant positions and OE&E based on historical expenditure trends. $400,000 for student assistants in various offices to create a pipeline of future candidates for permanent employment opportunities. $23,000 for software to assist with contact center workload efficiencies and maintain quality employer learning experiences. $76,000 for website threat detection software to help safeguard the CalPERS system and mitigate risk. $200,000 for parallel valuation and certification services to confirm calculations used to set rates are in compliance with professional standards. $130,000 for a call summary tool to automate the summarization of contact center interactions. $275,000 for a consultant to stabilize system architecture for PeopleSoft supply chain management functions. $113,000 for a subscription to Gartner to access advisory services that will support innovation and human resources. $250,000 for CalPERS security system testing to mitigate risk and improve the overall safekeeping of the system. $150,000 for employer multi-factor authentication implementation to enhance security efforts and safeguard sensitive data within the CalPERS system. And finally, $100,000 for human resources travel and enterprise-wide training. Next slide, please. Our next budget category is investment operating costs, which are costs specifically incurred for investments. The total proposed for investment operating costs in 2025-26 is $186.4 million, which is a $30.5 million or 19.6% increase compared to the 2024-25 budget. Most of this increase is attributable to this year's costs of the Data and Technology Modernization Initiative, which account for $28 million of the overall increase. And I'll just note there, we're saying $28 million here because we're comparing to the 2024-25 budget, which already had $10 million. So you add that to the 20, and that's the 38 that ties to the presentation you just saw. The remainder of the increase is attributable to maintenance and operations for existing systems. Next slide, please. Our last operating cost category is for our headquarters building. We're proposing a $9.9 million or 31.5% increase to this category. This augmentation will support continued replacement of fluorescent lighting with LED lighting throughout Lincoln Plaza. Increases are also proposed for a 5-year power down and the replacement of backup power supplies in Lincoln Plaza West and the Emergency Operations Center. Next slide, please. This is our external fees budget. While CalPERS estimates annual investment external management fees based on market assumptions and estimated deployment of capital, actual fees paid within a fiscal year are subject to market fluctuations. We estimate total fees to be $1.57 billion in 2025-26, which is an increase of 7.9% over the 2024-25 budget. The increase in base fees corresponds to a continued drive towards active management and increased allocation to private asset classes. I'd note here that management fee increases are correlated to AUM growth, so generally speaking, when fees go up, that means assets are performing well. Next slide, please. Third-party administrator fees is our final budget category. We are estimating a $30 million increase here, or 10.9%. This increase is due to recognition of a full year of expenditures for the Population Health Management Administrator and some enrollment and migration changes. Next slide. So here again is our total 2025-26 budget, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaftsma. Oh, there we come. Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation, sir. I particularly want to ask you a question about when you first started I think it was slide 2. I love that slide. That's the 2024-25 current year update. So with projection, now you know why I love it, with projections showing $75 million in year-end savings, can do better? No. How are those savings prioritized or redeveloped?
Sure, that's a great question, and I think I'll mention again that those savings are mostly attributable to position vacancies. So that's definitely a number that we expect and are actively working to reduce as we fill positions going forward into future fiscal years. So things like the rapid recruitment and other hiring initiatives that we're working on should actively reduce those savings numbers as we go forward. In terms of how we take those savings projections and prioritize that, what we're seeing is really an impact in the 25-26 budget where we're leveraging those savings to fund new initiatives within the budget for this year. So that's the redirections that I previously mentioned on the budget request. So in terms of current year savings, we will, the budget office will monitor savings to the extent that there's new needs that emerge within the enterprise during that current fiscal year. The financial office, the executive team would go and reprioritize those savings for anything that's needed within the enterprise.
Got it. Well, thank you again. Better savings than deficits. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, sir, for your comments. My first question is on respect to the TBA fees with respect to the health programs. And I noticed that it appeared to be associated with the population health program. Is that the included health program? And can you just explain the cost increase? Because I had thought that we would actually be saving money instead of the other way around.
So those, there's a new PPO administrator that came on board last year, actually, and at the mid-year budget proposal, we included, I'd have to get back to you with the exact number. We included funding for a half year of those costs, so 6 months of that third-party administrator fee. So this budget just recognizes the full year of those costs to onboard that new TPA for population health management.
Oh, I see.
And good afternoon. Rob Drozamic, CalPERS team member. So we brought on and included health to serve as the population health management vendor. And with the board's decision to do that, we knew there was going to be an increase in costs associated with that new entity. And so we did that because we know that the quality lags in the PPO. So we want to increase the quality scores. We also want to better support our members with navigation to the high quality providers. So this was an investment that we wanted to make so we can have long-term savings or sustain the cost in the PPO program and also improve the quality outcomes.
So we have to pay a little bit more right up front in order to get the savings later.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay. Great. And then the next question I have is on the management debt, management fees and so forth. I just wanted to understand. So from what I could tell, it appeared that the primary driver was the private debt area there. And I'm just wondering how, if there was, it was my understanding that we had some co-investments in that, but I'm just trying to figure that out.
So yes, that's correct. It's associated with private asset classes. These are base fees. They're based solely on AUM.
Oh, I see.
So that, the more asset under management, the higher the fee is going to be for those asset classes.
Oh, I see. And that's
Yes,
why,
right.
that's the cost.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Then that's all I needed to know.
I don't see any other questions. So with that, we can take a vote. What is the pleasure of the committee? I have a motion by Jose Luis Pacheco, a second by David Miller. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Great report. Next up, we have the annual review of board member employer reimbursements. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Chair Palkey. This item is a short one, but we're going to have Janie Rajasansi, the controller, present the item.
Thank you, Michelle. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Jeannie Rajasansi, CalPERS team member. This is Agenda 5C. This is an action item. We are seeking your approval of the proposed percentages of time elected board members will dedicate to fulfilling their CalPERS board duties. This is a standard agenda item that we bring to you for approval every year in April following the board committee selections in February and March. As a reminder, these percentages are used to calculate the reimbursement of salary and benefits paid to the elected board member's employer. The reimbursement process is governed by the policy for approval of reimbursement to state, school, and public agency employers of elected board members. The policy ensures transparency, accountability, and fairness in reimbursing employers for the time board members spend away from their regular work schedules to fulfill their CalPERS-related responsibilities. CalPERS processes the reimbursements on a quarterly basis, and board members certify the actual hours spent on their board duties. Table 2 in your materials outlines the proposed percentages of time for each elected board member effective March 18th, 2025. We are seeking your approval today for those proposed percentages. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions from our board, so we can move forward with the vote. What is the pleasure of the committee? I have a motion by Mr. Rubalcaba, a second by Mr. Rufino. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next up is 5D, state valuation and employer-employee contribution rates. Mr. Toronto.
Good afternoon. Members of the committee, Scott Toronto, CalPERS team member. Today we have two items before you. First one is the annual state valuation rates. This establishes the proposed contribution rates for the upcoming fiscal year for the 5 state plans. Following that, we'll go to the schools pool and again review the contribution rates for the upcoming fiscal year. I'm joined today by Nina Ramsey, who will step through the presentations.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Nina Ramsey, CalPERS actuarial team member. Today I am here to present to you the results of the June 30th, 2024 annual valuation for the state plans. This valuation sets forth the employer and employee contributions for fiscal year 2025-26. The state plan consists of 5 member subgroups: miscellaneous, industrial, safety, peace officers and firefighters, and CHP. Next slide, please. There have been a couple significant events since our last valuation. First, the PERF has an investment return of 9.5% as of fiscal year ending 2024. Second, the state has made an additional contribution of $337 million towards their unfunded liability for the miscellaneous, industrial, safety, and POF plans according to their proportionate share of the state's general fund. This payment is described further on page 6 of the agenda item. This payment was made after our valuation date and is therefore not included in the funded status as of June 30th, 2024. It is also not reflected in the contribution requirement for fiscal year 25-26 as directed by the Department of Finance, who chose to defer those savings to fiscal year 26-27. Next slide, please. On this slide, we have some key results from the June 30, 2024 valuation, along with results from our previous valuation. As of June 30, 2024, we have an accrued liability of about $260 billion, a market value of assets of $195 billion, leaving us with an unfunded accrued liability of $64 billion and a funded ratio of 75.3%. We expect that contributions in fiscal year 25-26 will be $9.3 billion, which is $668 million greater than the current year. The required contributions are increasing primarily due to the following reasons. We have the progression of the existing amortization bases and the non-investment loss as of June 30, 2024, to which a main contributor was larger than expected payroll growth for all plans. Next slide, please. This slide shows a brief history of the aggregate funded status for the state plans. You can see that the funded status has increased from 72% last year to 75.3% this year. This increase in the funded status is attributable to the investment return exceeding our discount rate in 2023-24. We have also included the aggregate market value of assets and unfunded liability for the state plans. Individual figures for each of the 5 plans can be found on attachment 2. Next slide, please. Here we have a comparison of the current year rates along with next year's rates. And in the center column, we have the projected rates that were included last year in Circular Letter 243-24. You can see that rates for fiscal year 25-26 are relatively similar to the current rates for all plans, yet the dollar amounts of the contributions are increasing. As I mentioned, one of the main reasons the contributions are increasing next year is due to larger than expected payroll growth. These salary increases lead to liability losses for all plans. You may notice that even though the contribution amount has gone up, the rate has gone down. That is because when dividing by a larger than expected payroll growth, you're going to get a lower rate, even though the contribution is greater. The final rates for 25-26, when compared to what was projected from our latest valuation, the miscellaneous, industrial, and safety plans are all lower than what was projected, again, due to those larger than expected payroll increases. The UAL rate for the state plans is determined by dividing the required contribution by the expected payroll. So Just want to reiterate again that the rates are only going down because of that larger payroll growth. For POF, the reason the rate is higher is because they did also experience those large salary increases leading to a liability loss. However, their payroll growth was the smallest of the group, which didn't go far enough to reduce the rate. So had their payroll grown more than what it actually did, they would have likely seen a decrease in the rate as well, but that was not the case. For CHP, the final rate is lower than what was projected because of the large salary increases, but the main driver for CHP was an increase to the employee rate of 1%. So when the employees pay more, the employers will pay less. Next slide, please. On this slide, we have the actuarially required contribution rates for 25-26 listed on the left-hand side. In the center, we have included for informational purposes only the additional statutory contribution due to Government Code 20683.2. These additional rates are for information purposes only and not something we're asking you to approve. The additional rates are subject to the state's annual budget process approval. Next slide, please. Moving on to member contribution rates. Separate member contribution rates were established for PEPRA beginning January 1st, 2013. PEPRA member contributions were initially calculated as half of the normal cost rounded to the nearest 0.25%. The normal cost is then calculated annually to determine if the normal cost has changed by more than 1% since the last time the employee rate was set. If that threshold is met, PEPRA member contribution rates are recalculated based on that new normal cost. This is the policy that we have in place for our public agencies. Next slide, please. The state employee contribution rates, however, are set through collective bargaining. In 2013, the classic and PEPRA member contribution rates were scheduled to increase to reach half of the normal cost at the time for plans where the bargained contribution rate was less than half of the normal cost. If the bargained rate was already greater than half of the normal cost, it remained unchanged. Since 2013, the majority of member contribution rates for the state plans have been determined through the collective bargaining process. There are, however, a few exceptions to that rule, which are the state legislature, California State University, and the judicial branch. These PEPRA members do adhere to the same PEPRA rules as the public agencies. The normal cost in our latest valuation has not changed by more than 1% since the last time the rates were changed, so these groups will not see a change in their employee contribution rate in fiscal year 25-26. Plan-specific information on these changes can be found on attachment 5. Next slide, please. We also have a few select bargaining units who have opted to have their classic and PEPRA members contribute half of the normal cost. These are bargaining units 2, 5, and 18. Each of these bargaining units has their own criteria for setting the employee rates. This year, the only change is for the CHP members that I mentioned previously. They will be going from 13.5% to 14.5% effective July 1st of this year. Plan-specific information on these changes can be found on attachment 6. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have the projected required contributions for all 5 plans. You can see that rates are increasing through fiscal year 27-28, and after that, they begin to drop off. This year, the fiscal year 27-28 is the year that the 2022 investment loss will be fully ramped in. You may notice that it is noticeably higher than the rate in 26-27. That is because the investment gain from 2021 will be fully ramped in 26-27 and no longer offsetting the loss that will reach its full ramp in 27-28. You may notice CHP projection, their projection is not as smooth as the others. That is because they have 3 amortization bases that will be concluding within this time frame, which leads to larger dips and increases in their projections. The projected rates you see on the slide assume an annual investment return of 6.8% beginning fiscal year ending 2025 and beyond. We also assume no future demographic gains or losses. We will release updated projections for all 5 plans once the final investment rate as of 2025 is published. We will also be publishing our full valuation later this year. It will include our assumptions, methods, and participant data. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I do have questions. Mr. Rubalcava.
Thank you. I appreciate the report, and it's good to see that the funded ratio has increased in general. I had a question on the demographics and its impact on normal cost. Let me look again. Generally, normal cost is due to demographics. Okay, so we have more and more members coming in under PEPRA, so that's a good thing for the normal cost because it lowers it. But I noticed in one of the memos, page 5 of 10, reasons for changes in employer contributions for the state plans, there was also negative experience on demographics that increased the dollar contribution. So I understand how there would be a decrease in normal cost because of the PEPRA members, but what was the demographic experience that gave it a dollar amount that increased the employer contribution?
Are you talking about the 16.7?
Yes.
Yes. So that is the piece related to the unfunded liability, which is that salary growth that I was talking about.
Okay. So it's a mixed bag. So on the one hand, it is good that there's that we were off on the projected payroll growth, right? Because it's more to divide, but I guess it can be total cost goes up, I guess, right?
It does,
Okay.
yes.
So it depends how you look at it. I think it's a good thing.
Yes.
Because
So
the employer should look at the rate. I know they like to look at the total dollar amount, but they should look at the rate going down and the employer contribution rate. And we already spoke offline about with Scott about how the unfunded liability. There's two elements to the employer contribution rate: the unfunded liability and the normal cost, and how come sometimes based on other variables they flip around or which one's bigger. I had one more question. So I guess I can wait. I'll wait till the next item when we talk about the when we talk about the actuarial assumptions for my next question, because it sort of relates to that better. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Yes.
the presentation.
So for the plans that are seeing the reduction in the rate, it is a bit deceptive. You know, it's not because the PEPRA membership has increased by a ton. It's just because that payroll number is so high.
Right.
Yeah,
And
so-
that's why I want to dwell into the demographic assumptions later when we get to that item as to what we can see. It relates to the question that Mr. Trustee Rufino had about how can you predict how much information do you need for a trend? I know our experience studies coming up, and that's based on 4 years, so I guess that's the answer, but still want to discuss a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. I am not seeing any more questions. I do have a quick question myself, though. On the projected require future employer rates, do we see those projections dropping further if the discount rate is realized or seen in the coming years?
So the future contribution rates are largely dependent on what the investment return is and that discount rate. So if we meet our discount rate, then it shouldn't be increasing. However, it really depends on the investment return. I can say that these were going to play out the existing amortization basis for all the plans. So it really depends on what we see for investment next. If we have an investment loss, you'll see them go up compared to what you see right now. And then the opposite is true if we see an investment gain.
Okay, thank you. With that, I don't have any other questions. What is the pleasure of the committee? I have a motion by David Miller. I get a second by Mr. Pacheco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Mr. Toronto.
We can just go ahead and go right to the presentation on this one.
Yes, so I will also be presenting the school's valuation results. So the June 30th, 2024 school's valuation sets the recommended employer and employee contribution rates for fiscal year 25-26. Next slide, please. Unlike the state valuation, which has 5 separate rates, the school's pool has one rate that is the same for all school employers. The total contribution is determined as a percentage of payroll, where in comparison, our public agencies have a normal cost rate and a UAL dollar amount. Some key experience since the last valuation, as I mentioned previously, the money-weighted return for fiscal year 23-24 is 9.5%. The school's pool also saw greater than expected salary increases. They saw a 9.7% increase for active members and a 12.6% increase in payroll growth overall, which includes an increase to the active population. The last valuation saw greater than expected COLA increases, but in this valuation we've seen a return to the average 2% COLA adjustments. Next slide, please. Nope, guess I spoke before the slide came up. Next one, please. This slide summarizes the key results. You will notice that both the accrued liability and market value of assets have grown since last year, and that the UAL is nearly the same. The funded status has increased from 67.5% to 69.6%. This improvement was expected due to the investment gain experienced in the fiscal year 23-24. The lower portion of this slide shows the employer contribution rate for fiscal year 25-26 as 26.81%, which is 24 basis points lower than the current year. The PEPR member contribution rate will also remain at 8%. Next slide, please. Here we have a comparison of the current rates with the rates for next year, along with the rates that were included in our projections in the last valuation, which were provided in Circular Letter 200-4024. Again, you can see the current year rate of 27.05% and the 26.81% that we are proposing for next year. We had previously projected next year's rate would be 27.4%. Our final calculation is well below our projection because, firstly, the plan saw a decrease in the employer normal cost, which can be attributed to turnover in the active population from Classic to PEPR members. And secondly, because the rate is presented as a percentage of payroll, we're having the same issue as with the state plans, where that larger than expected payroll is reducing the unfunded liability, the expected unfunded liability rate. At the bottom of the slide, we can show that the expected contribution for next year is $5.8 billion, which is $598 million greater than the current year. Next slide, please. Here we have a 10-year history of the school's funded status, as well as the market value of assets and unfunded accrued liability, where again you can see the increase in the funded status of 2.1% over last year to 69.6%. Next slide, please. The school's valuation determines the PEPR member contribution rate. The school's PEPR members are subject to the rule that they pay half of the normal cost. However, because the normal cost has not changed by 1% or more in this valuation, the PEPR member rate will not be changing for fiscal year 25-26. So they will remain at 8%. The Classic member contribution rate is 7%, and that is set by statute. For reference, PEPR members make up 67% of the school's pool, the school's active member headcount, and 58% of payroll. In comparison to last year, they were at 62% of the active population headcount and 54% of payroll. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have projected rates. We start with the proposed rate for next year of 26.81%, and we have the 5 following years. We see the same pattern as with most of the state plans, where they peak in fiscal year 27-28 and then begin their slow decline. The reason is the same, is that the 22 investment loss will be fully ramped in fiscal year 27-28 and no longer offset by the investment gain from 2021, which it concludes in fiscal year 26-27. These projections assume no future gains or losses and an investment return of 6.8% annually beginning in fiscal year 24-25. We will again release updated projections for the school's pool later this year after the final investment return is published. And we will also be publishing our full valuation report, which includes our assumptions, methods, and participant data. This concludes the presentation for the school's valuation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. I am not seeing any questions. Great presentation. With that, I guess we can take the vote here. What is the? I have a motion by David Miller, second by Mr. Pacheco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you very much. With that, we can move into our information agenda items. Ms. Archuleta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Item 6A is a presentation of the long-term care program. Next slide, please. This is an annual information item which highlights the key aspects of the long-term care evaluation report. All numbers are reported as of June 30th, 2024. For your convenience, the full report is attached to this agenda item. Next slide, please. As of June 30th, 2024, the margin for the long-term care program is negative 10.58%, and the funded ratio for the program is 94%. These numbers include the premium increase approved by the board last September. As a reminder, the margin is a very important measure because it gives us a general indication of the premium adjustments needed to bring the program to fully funded. A negative margin indicates that the program is in a deficit situation. Ideally, we would like to see a margin of 0% or above. The funded ratio of the program is simply the ratio of the program assets to the program liabilities. Every year, the Actuarial Office performs a reconciliation of the margin from one year to the next. The details of this reconciliation are provided in the table on the next slide. Next slide, please. So this table numerically reconciles the final margin and funded status from June 30th, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. The blue column denotes the change to the margin for that particular line item, and the second and third column display the resulting margin and funded ratio after that change has been applied. The last column displays the funding surplus or deficit in a dollar amount after the change has been applied. So let's go over it. Last year, we reported that as of June 30th, 2023, the margin for the program was negative 19.01%, which corresponded to a funded ratio of 90%. And you can see that in the top row of this chart. During the 23-24 fiscal year, the program's pending class action received a final court approval and was partially implemented. The program also experienced a favorable investment return of 8.9%. Recall that the discount rate for this program is actually 4.75%, so there was a gain for this fund. And this return improved the margin by 7.97%. Moving forward from 2023 to 2024, and the non-investment cash flows experienced during the fiscal year reduced the margin by 4.67%. And population changes in the program during the fiscal year further reduced the margin by 5.43%. We then implemented actuarial assumption and modeling updates for the valuation. These reduced the margin by 5.98%. And finally, the approved rate increase was implemented to bridge the funding gap. The rate increases improved the margin by 21.01%. All these changes together bring the margin to a negative 10.58% and a funded ratio of 94%. Next slide, please. So this concludes the prepared remarks for this presentation. I can open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta. I am not seeing any questions from our committee. So, good job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is the semi-annual health plan financial report. Ms. Zhang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Emily Zhang, CalPERS team member. This is Agenda Item 6B, Semi-Annual Health Plan Financial Report. This report is provided to the committee twice a year as part of the monitoring and reporting process for the healthcare fund status. It includes health plan account balances, actual reserve amount, and surpluses or deficits for the health plan subaccount. Next slide, please. The semi-annual health plan financial report provide the financial performance for PPO and HMO plan. This time is as of the end of 2024. HMO fully insured plans such as Kaiser and the association plan are not in the scope of this report. And starting from 2024, Blue Shield SS Plus and Trio convert from a flex-funded health plan to a fully insured model. Their premium are paid to Blue Shield in the contingency reserve fund. HealthNet Smart Care is no longer part of the CalPERS plan offering for 2024. So the financial status for these three plans will be reported in Healthcare Fund for an additional 18 months until the end of June this year to account for the claim run out and the reconciliation. And also, as a reminder, Healthcare Fund reserve policy provide a framework for maintaining the appropriate actual reserve level and also for maintaining surpluses or deficits that accumulate in the PPO and HMO subaccount. And the funding status I'm reporting to you today are related to the fully funded reserve amount prescribed by that policy. And after being telling bad news for several years, today I'm happy to report that there are material at year-end improvement on the healthcare fund status on both HMO and PPO plan as what we expected. Next slide, please. Here we have the recent healthcare fund performance for the HMO Basic and PPO Medicare and Basic plan. Starting with the HMO Basic plan, the estimated fund balance as of the end of 2024 was $245 million. The next column shows the HMO Basic estimated claim liability of $97 million, with the last column showing the surplus of $148 million. This is a $69 million improvement from the end of 2023. On the PPO side, starting with Medicare, the estimated fund balance as of the end of 2024 was $5 million, with estimated liability and required actual reserve level of $157 million for a fund status of $152 million below the recommended fully reserved level. And for the PPO Basic plan, the estimated fund balance as of the end of 2024 was $245 million. After required actual reserve of $604 million, the fund status for PPO Basic plan was $359 million below the recommended fully reserved level. The overall PPO status improved by about $122 million in 2024. The fund balance and actual reserve ratio improved from 10% in 2023 to now 33% as of the end of 2024. I'll go through some detail for the Basic and Medicare PPO performance in the next couple of slides. In last April, we reported the Basic PPO was $558 million below the recommended reserve level as of the end of 2023. As more claim has been processed, the updated status improved by $35 million, which is $523 million below the fully reserved level. In 2024, there was about $93 million increase in the fund balance related to the favorable medical experience. And there was a loss of $39 million for pharmacy, mainly due to higher than expected specialty drug utilization, especially for drug related to oncology care, chronic inflammatory diseases, and the use of GLP-1 mainly for treating diabetes. The PPO basic premium also include a surcharge of 4% in platinum and 5% in gold to replenish the PPO reserve. We collected about $110 million in 2024. The overall basic PPO fund status improved by $164 million from the end of 2023, bringing the total fund status below the fully reserved level by $355 million at the end of 2024. Moving on to the PPO Medicare, the last April, we reported the PPO Medicare was $107 million below full reserve level as of the end of 2023. The updated fund status improved by $3 million, which is $110 million below the fully reserved level. In 2024, there was about $26 million decrease in fund balance due to medical experience, and there was also $16 million reduction in fund balance for pharmacy-related experience, mainly due to higher than expected pharmacy claim to those similar than what we see in the basic plan. The overall PPO Medicare fund status worsened by about $42 million in 2024, bringing the fund balance $152 million below the fully reserved level. The board has approved 2 key rate actions to address the PPO fund status and the longer-term viability of the PPO program. The first one is the 4 to 5% surcharge that included in the basic PPO premium in 2025. Another important one is we address the member migration impact between HMO and PPO through the transition from the 2 risk pool to a single risk pool risk adjustment method. And this transition is fully implemented in the 2025 premium. And additionally, we have implemented other ways to improve the PPO program through the new 5-year contracts from 2025 to 2029. We have incorporated performance guarantee in the contract to ensure Blue Shield of California and Included Health are financially responsible for keeping the cost at or below the agreed upon threshold. And we are also exploring pharmacy saving option in our new PBM contract. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you for this report. I do have a question. Mr. Rubalcava.
Yes, thank you for the report. And I'm glad we're addressing the deficit of the PPO. I had a question in the HMO. Most of our plans are flex funded, but we're moved to fully funded for the Blue Shield. How has that impacted the economics of our plans?
For moving Blue Shield SS Plus to Trio actually is not too impacting for the healthcare fund because this is transaction starting from 2024, so it's not impacting the increasing or decreasing the balance. So at this point, as what I mentioned earlier, we still have some, as what you can see on the report, we still have some surplus on the Blue Shield sub-account. And then we need to allow the claim run out for additional 18 months, which is the end of June of this year, before we can close out the account.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. With respect to a couple years ago, I think we had done the polling where we pulled the two risk pools together and we had one risk pool. How did that affect the estimated surplus deficit with respect to this? Or it may have. Thank you.
Yes, just a quick reminder for 2024, because this is the entire one risk pool conversation we started from 2024 premium. In 2024, we actually only implement 1/3 of the entire one risk pool impact. So it did help the migration a little bit. But as what I mentioned earlier, the entire another 2/3 of the one risk pool, the full implementation actually included in 2025 premium.
Very good then. That's all. That's all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the 25 Public Employee Retirement Fund actuarial assumptions. Ms. Archuleta? Or Mr. Trondo?
Yeah, thank you, members of the committee. Scott Turano with the Actuarial Office. Today, we're going to have an information item kind of giving a preview of the actuarial assumptions going into the ALM. As a reminder, besides all the work that takes place on the investment side in terms of asset allocation, the Actuarial Office does a review of the actuarial assumptions and makes recommendations for any changes that we see are necessary. Today, we're going to kind of give you a preview of where we are with that process, and this will lead to further information going forward later in September and in November. I'll pass it to Fritzi Archuleta to step through presentation and cover the topics today.
Hello again, Fritzi Archuleta, CalPERS team. I'm also joined in this item by Mr. Dave Clement. He is a supervising actuary in our office who is also running this process for us. So as you all know, item 6C is the 2025 review of the Public Employees Retirement Fund actuarial assumptions. Next slide, please. For today's presentation, we will first give an overview of the process and how the Actuarial Office conducts this review. We'll also take the time to highlight two of the more significant assumptions that we reviewed, being mortality and inflation. And finally, we will touch a little bit on the cost impacts and the next steps involved in this study. Next slide, please. The review of the actuarial assumptions is more commonly referred to as an experience study. The goal of this study is to review recent experience and use it to make assumptions about what our plans will experience in the future. These assumptions, once they are also set, are oftentimes adjusted for future expectations. Actuarial guidelines suggest that we conduct these surveys every 3 to 5 years. Once the study is complete, these findings are compiled in a report and recommendations are made. Next slide, please. The Actuarial Office spends a lot of time reviewing this data because it's very important to get these assumptions correct as they set the expected cost for the system. These assumptions can have a significant impact on the funded ratio, employer contributions, and financial reporting for our employers. These assumptions are also used to determine the amounts for optional forms of benefits paid to our members and service credit purchase costs. To the extent these assumptions do not predict the future properly, funding course corrections will be necessary, which is always something our office tries to minimize. Next slide, please. At CalPERS, the experience study runs concurrently with the ALM study and is part of the asset liability management policy. The first and second reading of this item will be presented to you later on this year in September and November. This study at CalPERS is performed every 4 years, and the last study was done in 2021. Next slide, please. So what sorts of assumptions do we review? Assumptions used in our valuation can be classified as both economic and non-economic. The 3 economic assumptions we use in the actuarial valuations are the long-term investment return, the discount rate, and inflation. The long-term investment return and discount rate are not reviewed in the experience study. Rather, they are reviewed and set during the ALM process. This is because that assumption, above all others, has the most significant impact on the expected costs for the plans. Our office works very closely with the investment office and the financial office to set that assumption. There are quite a few non-economic assumptions that the actuarial office reviews every 4 years. The most significant and impactful ones are listed on this slide. Next slide, please. So while our study is nearing its completion, at this point in time, we do not have cost impacts for the system due to the continual revising of our assumptions. One of the biggest challenges from this study was the pandemic. This time around, we incorporated data from 2020 to 2023. While pandemic data was reviewed and incorporated, we ultimately found that we largely had to exclude that data due to anomalous results. And you'll see that a little bit in the mortality slides. For many assumptions, significant changes were not warranted, and costs will likely not change much due to those. But I would like to briefly go over more notable assumptions and our findings. So the first assumption we're going to look at is mortality. It always seems to be a topic of interest when we do these studies. When I think of mortality, I think of, when are people going to die? But it's not as simple as, that's nice and happy, but it's not as simple as creating a table for people with probabilities of death. So kind of on the next slide, I'll show you kind of what we're dealing with. So this slide illustrates the complexities around setting mortality rates. Depending on where an individual is in their career, the likelihood of death varies. Just give you an example. A 50-year-old who is still working today is likely to be healthier than a 50-year-old that had to retire, right? And so our members who retire also under disability are probably not expected to live as long as those who normally service retire. So all in all, we have to make different tables for kind of all those broad categories. And so all in all, we set 7 different mortality rate tables. And since males and females often follow different patterns, we also have to create a male and female for each of those categories as well. So this slide depicts all the many tables that we do have to create during this study. Next slide, please. Okay, so this chart illustrates the ratio of actual deaths to expected deaths each year starting from 2015 to 2022. You can see that the mortality experience was consistently improving from 2015 on, but until we got to the COVID pandemic. You can also see that when we hit the pandemic, the mortality spiked, which means more people were dying than what we expected. But in 2022, we've kind of reverted back to normal levels, which is why we're kind of thinking that the pandemic was just a blip and not really what we think we're gonna see in the future. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so overall, we decided to exclude pandemic data as it did not provide any value towards shaping future trends. Recall from the last slide, the actual deaths were actually, they hovered around 100%, and then they reverted back after that spike in the COVID years. Next slide, please. So our likely recommendation for the mortality assumption will be to stay the course. We will still build in the expectation that mortality will improve slowly over time, and we will continue to watch for any emerging trends or breakthroughs. Okay, so the next big assumption is inflation. So here's a history of inflation, specifically the CPI-U measure from 2009 to 2025. The blue line in this graph indicates the actual year-over-year inflation. The yellow line is a 20-year rolling average of inflation using CPI-U values. And the black dashed line is the CalPERS actuarial assumption. You can see that since 2021, inflation has consistently been more than our assumption. Next slide. The Cleveland Federal Model is a tool developed by the Federal Reserve to forecast inflation trends in the United States. This is one of the tools we use to review the inflation assumption. Just to go over what the lines represent, the blue line in this chart illustrates the 20-year expected inflation for the years, and the black dashed line is once again our CalPERS actuarial assumption. You can see that in the recent history, the expectation is now exceeding our assumption consistently, and this has been happening since 2022. Next slide. Okay. So both inflation itself and the inflation forecast seem to be exceeding our CalPERS inflation assumption. When looking at a few other systems around the state, including Social Security, inflation assumptions seem to range from 2.3% to 2.75%. And our CalPERS assumption is 2.3%. Next slide. Okay, so in September, we will likely recommend to increase inflation assumption anywhere from 10 to 30 basis points. This assumption can have significant impact on costs, and this is for 2 reasons, okay? Number 1, expected retiree costs would go up due to increased COLA expectations. Plans that offer a COLA higher than 2% will be particularly sensitive to any increase in inflation assumption. And so I did a poll of how many plans actually offer higher than a 2% COLA, and it's 4.75% of our plans. So, and then the second reason that costs go up due to inflation is that expected active costs would also go up because the salaries usually follow the inflation increases. Okay, next slide, please. So the biggest drivers for change to the contribution rates will be inflation and the salary scale increases this time around. If these were the only two assumptions and that we were recommending a change for, costs would go up for every single plan. Since the behavior and plan provisions are different across plans, the magnitude of the rate changes will vary once all the recommended changes from this experience study are implemented. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next steps, our findings are being reviewed by an external actuary, and we're doing a write-up right now, and so that'll be finalized by August of this year. And then we'll be back to present the cost impacts in September and November. Next slide. As a reminder, here is the ALM timeline. Earlier this month, we did conduct a stakeholder webinar, and this presentation has been the education session on the experience study. These items are boxed in April. There's obviously still a lot more to come, and the actuarial office is committed to helping you make decisions along the way. Next slide, please. So this concludes my presentation. We'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I knew if I stalled long enough, people would start hitting the button. Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. On the mortality rate, I want to be at the one that's the highest. So just so in your early glimpse of some of the findings, are there emerging trends like in retirement behavior or disability claims or post-retirement mortality that may signal a structural shift in workforce demographics or longevity patterns?
Yes, it's a really good question. Obviously, mortality over time is constantly improving. But back when we implemented our new system in 2018, we now have a way to account for that. And so in our valuation, if you're born, say, in 1977 versus 2007, the person born in 2007 is expected to live longer. So that reflection is there. And we do, update those assumptions every 4 years. When we look at the mortality. So that's one thing. As far as the retirement rates go, we do have a little bit of shift, but, the changes to the service retirement rates themselves, they're not that impactful. One of the main problems that we have is, PEPRA was started in 2013. It's now 2025. So, the most that a PEPRA member could have is 12 years of service. We actually probably aren't going to get pretty good data on PEPRA until we're like 20, 25 years in. So that's, a couple experience studies down the road. So right now, kind of what we're seeing are that the retirement patterns for the PEPRA members are pretty much following, the classic members. We really don't have that much data, unfortunately, to set them aside. But other than that, like the changes to the service retirement rates themselves are probably not going to change the contribution rates too much.
Got it. Thank you. Don't forget my request.
You want to service retire, I think. That's what you want to be in that category.
Thank you, Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rubalcava.
For the report, I just want to end by saying I'm looking forward to your report in September, your experience study. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you very much for your report as well. I just want to ask a question about the Cleveland Federal Reserve inflation model. Is that just one of several models, or is that the most prevailing model?
I can let Scott answer that question.
I mean, that's one of the primary models we look at, but we look at Obviously, we looked at the 10, the 20, the 30-year expectations on inflation. We look at, as well, what's the current inflation coming out from the Fed each month, and look at trending, what's happening currently. Obviously, with the tariffs recently, it creates a bit more volatility, and it creates, it makes our job a little bit easier in terms of getting a clear picture on where inflation is going. What we do look at, these are some of the tools we look at. Obviously, we have conversations with the investment office and the economists that they have working for them in terms of where expectations are for inflation. And as Fritzy also mentioned, we look at other retirement systems as well in terms of where they are at their inflation assumption, because unlike asset allocations, inflation's pretty much uniform across the country. And so it's one of those assumptions that are fairly consistent across most retirement systems.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment.
Sure.
Thank you. I am not seeing any more questions from the committee, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a summary of committee direction. Ms. Nix.
All right, that's easy. I did not take any committee direction for today.
I did not recognize any either myself. So, next, we have public comment. I'm not seeing any public comment. Other than, I do want to thank everybody for their presentations. I know that these last couple weeks have been quite interesting, but to see everybody's well thought out presentations that didn't require too much questions really shows the stability of our team. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting.